Alright, everyone, right on schedule. We're ready for The Last Guardian, our opener run for Day 2 of Completithon 2023 by SableDragonRook. Sable, it's all yours. Take it away.
And yeah, this is The Last Guardian. You probably know what you're in for here. We're going to be hanging out with our big feathery friend. And we've got more on a brand new camera, so there might be some suspicious artifacting over there on the camera. We'll see what's going on. He's having a great time. We're gonna have him hopefully for most of the run, assuming that everything works. So, I'm not gonna hold you up. Let's get going. This run begins as soon as I hit yes. So I'll give you a countdown. Timing is gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go. It would be nice if I started my own splits as I intended to. So how are you all doing this morning? We had a bid war yesterday for Trico's colors, and Rainbow was the winner. You kinda can't tell right now, but don't worry, I promise he's Rainbow. It's just very dark in this little cave. He will be grossly incandescent when we go out into the sunshine. Type categories that we have in this game. There are 48 barrels that Trico would like to snack upon throughout this run, and we will be getting all of them. Some of them are, like, mandatory, in the sense that Trico will be really stubborn and refuse to move if you don't give them to him. There's only about, I want to say 7 of those in the story. So there's quite a few that we're going to be going for that we otherwise would not. As for what's in the barrels, probably don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine. Also, I believe we have an incentive to pet Trico at $10 per pet. I am happy to pet Trico as many times as you all would like.
Yes, we actually did have some pets in for that. Check that. My path is open. It's redirecting me to the wrong page.
Well, we have 4 hours, so you've got plenty of time.
Good point. Good point. There it is. I found it. So for that incentive, we're currently at 25. So we got 2 pets in there.
Beautiful. Well, that's actually very lucky because, number one, we pulled a spear out of Trico's leg here, and it's a little bit bloody. But if I pet him like this, the blood will go away, and we will clean him up. So there's 1 pet for us. Boy, that's not what I'm asking you to do. My little wily friend. And the second pet out of that little chunk will be here in just a second. Once Trico is mean to me again, because there's a special interaction that we can only get in this specific point in the game if we pet him. So it's good that we came into the run with a couple pets already.
I remember the first time you showed this game at a marathon when I was on tech, and I was completely unprepared to how hard this game hits you in the fields, especially later on.
It just kind of comes out of nowhere. It's always so much fun to run this game. Every run is different because Trico is such an adaptive and honestly pretty smart AI. People don't give him credit because it's very easy for him to not listen, but he really is quite smart. He has a badge as well, a little necklace that I gave him. Because he's a good boy, I will take it away if he decides to be a bad boy. Hey, buddy. Come here. We have a pet to do. Oh, shake, shake. He's shaking his armor off. If we were watching cutscenes, we would see that when he first encountered us, he was wearing a full suit of armor. Hi, Treeks. Here you go, buddy. So if I stayed there and hung out with Trico for a little bit, petting him, the boy would say, "So that's what you look like. It's nice to meet you." But of course, this is a speed run. We'll get that pet in, and then we will proceed with our day. You can see a little bit that he's rainbow colored. Now, last time I ran this in a marathon, which was, I guess, a week ago, Trico pooped, which is the rarest thing that he can do. And all poop runs are blessed. So here's hoping that we get more poop this week.
On the list of sentences that I was expecting to hear during this van, that was definitely not on it.
Brand new sentence coming straight to your door.
Speaking of Rainbow Trigger, by the way, I heard that you had to actually close the bit buffer this early because you were doing something special?
It's... So you would think if you're gonna, like, include something in a game where you can paint one of the characters, it'd be like, oh yeah, go to this little editor and paint him and do whatever. No, that's not how it works. Trico, it's just in the game. So Trico's like walking around and trying to get you to pet him and like leaving you, and you're just trying to paint him. And it's chaos, and it takes a long time to paint him because he's a goober. So that's why we had to close it early, because I needed time to actually paint him.
Okay, something definitely got lost in translation there. Because, okay, I do apologize for saying that yesterday, right? But apparently what was translated to me from like spreadsheets and however many layers is that you were painting like an IRL mini Trigger version. Of course, that's a misunderstanding right there, so I apologize for that. So you actually have to pet in-game. Pet. Well, we can get the pet later. You actually have to paint Trigger in-game. I see.
Yes. One of the easiest ways to do it is right here at the beginning when he's chained to the floor, because he can't move. But oh, he kind of did it on his own. Good job, buddy. But anytime that you can kind of just get him locked into an activity is the easiest time to paint him. And it's very frustrating when it's like you finally got his head to be the red color that you want, and then he spins around and looks at you while you're painting his butt blue, and then his head's blue again, and you're like, no! What are you doing? So we didn't feed these barrels before I went into the tunnel, because they would have reloaded when I reloaded the checkpoint. Which means that they don't count, and we would have had to feed them again. Here, buddy. Don't sit down. I know you. But yeah, while I am getting this barrel, Treeks, hun, can you not? Thank you. Trico's painted rainbow colors, which fits perfectly in with our charity, I do believe.
Yeah.
So if we could hear a little bit about what that does, that would be great.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we are, as said earlier, we are raising money for Somos Familia Verde. It's a local LGBT organization in the San Fernando area. And if you're looking to, you know, with just a couple dollars, even just $1, make a really lasting impact on that local area for LGBTQ plus people of color, and yeah, that is definitely the charity to support. They were started by local low-income first-generation college students, and they've been operating since 2014 on a budget of essentially on average less than $50,000 a year. So when it comes to these super small charities, every dollar counts.
And I think it's only $5 more maybe,
yes,
until the next pet.
That is total. That total is sitting at 25.
Alright, so we're gonna leave Trico behind, because he's kind of a slowpoke. And throughout the run we're gonna be using these checkpoint resets to make Trico zip right to me. Where Trico is doesn't matter, the only thing that matters is where I am. And since I am past the checkpoint, Trico will be with me when we reload, so I don't have to wait for him to walk down that agonizingly long hallway. He will just kind of be here. And sometimes we can use that to calm him down or get his attention if he's formerly been doing something that's bothering him. We can use a checkpoint reset to kind of clear his AI cache, as it were. And right now I can't tell Trico what to do. That will change later. But for now, the only thing that I can do is get Trico to come towards me when I call him. And whether he does that is kind of up to interpretation. We would need to give him one of these barrels in order to proceed, because this tempts him into the water. Right, buddy? Come here. However, obviously, for the sake of all barrels, we're giving him, you know, all of the barrels. So let's go back and get these other ones. This debris in the doorway is being such a troll. A very unlucky roll of the physics here. Get out of my life. So Trico's body language is telling me that he didn't understand that I have a barrel, and he's kind of being a twerp about it. Are you ready? Are you gonna catch this? Thank you. And by the way, you don't have to follow the story of this game to know that the camera is the bad guy. The camera is the villain. It will go inside walls, you'll become invisible. The camera dictates what controls you have, so sometimes there just isn't a directional button in the direction you need to go because the camera just decided that that's the case. It's a lot of fun. I love this game, don't get me wrong. This game is great. Come here, Treeks.
I know a certain Mario game that I ran myself that has a similar problem.
This is the part where Trico forgets that I'm his best friend and he just abandons me. I can almost guarantee that by the time I get down here, Trico will be long gone. He's easily distracted. I get it. I'm not even gonna look. I bet he's gone. Oh, Trico, you're still here. What a champion. What an absolute friend. Well, that's gonna save like a minute.
That's a good start.
Trico's got, well, I spoke too soon. Hey, Trico, pay attention. Hi, yep. Hello, friend. Have you sorted yourself out? Cool. Yeah, okay, that was actually quite decent, if we're being real. But don't worry, he has plenty of opportunities to lose a ton of time later. There's one barrel that I tend to budget about 13 minutes for, because, that's just kind of how this game rolls. But we'll get there when we get there. And maybe we'll suffer. Or maybe we'll get it on the first try and save 13 minutes. I love that you never know what's gonna happen. Sometimes, Trico vanishes inside walls, and you can't proceed without restarting the game. You just never know. We did save 56 seconds, though. So like the heartless human being we are, we've made friends with Trico, and then we get to this wall, and we're like, well, guess you're too big. Bye!
See ya!
I was trying to be swaggy. Sometimes you can grab his tail and get absolutely ragdolled around while he runs. It doesn't make a difference because you end up in the same spot no matter what, but it's fun. So there's the White Tower. We're inside like this giant... I don't know how this came to be. Also, look at him being so rainbow. I'm so proud. We're inside this giant like cone valley, and this tower is in the middle. I don't know, as the boy, how I ended up here, but Trico seems super into this tower, so like, sure, he wants to go there. Yeah, let's do it. Maybe if we get to the top of the tower, we can like get out over the edge of the valley and get out of here. So for the rest of the game, our goal is going to be going up and up and up to get as high as we can toward that tower. And we will measure progress by how high we've climbed. And I am intentionally not calling Trico. He's going to be jumping along these precarious pillars next to me. I'm not calling him because I want him to stay as far away from me as possible. If he stays close, he's going to be too close, and he's going to need to do all sorts of like twirly whirls to make this jump. You'll see when we get there. I need his assistance very briefly. Right here, because he shoots lasers out of his tail. So he should be walking while this... It's not a cutscene, it's happening within the confines of the actual gameplay. So he should still be walking while that's happening. And I need to stay as far ahead of him as possible. No calling, I don't want him to know where I am. Alright, so he's gonna meet me up here, in this place that we blasted open. And he's actually perfect. He followed me just far enough back that he can look up and just take this jump. If he had followed me any closer, he would have been too close, and he would have had to turn around and position himself on that pillar and then turn around again, and it takes a lot longer. Hey buddy, come here. He has a hard time eating the barrel in this hallway for some reason. His AI is just not a fan of that confined space, I guess. Hey, dude. You want some snack? Very nice. Still not quite to the point where we can tell him what to do. I just have to hope that he comes to me when I shout. Come here. My dog is sitting in her bed next to the TV and just loving everything that's happening on screen. She's just like Mort. She just, whenever the TV is on, she just loves to watch it. Mort also loves TV. And speaking of Mort, he has once again gone on an adventure. Alright, Chico. There's no way you're gonna catch this, so we're just gonna get it down there. And the beginning of the game is fairly front-loaded with barrels, and then we'll go decent sections where it's essentially just any percent. So we've already gotten, like, 10 of the 48. And we're in the first 20 minutes. So far, Trico is being excellent, by the way. We are doing very well on time.
Don't
so
jinx
it's only
it.
a matter of time. Yeah. It's not a question of if, it's a question of what will happen.
Yeah, I made a terrible mistake yesterday too. After the first run was started, and things were going super smoothly. I went into a private voice call with Awesome. I was like, "Dare I say no tech issues on day one?" Yeah, that backfired.
Well, that was a
That
mistake.
backfired.
Yeah. So it takes Trico a while to make this jump up here. So I'm gonna once again teleport using a checkpoint reset. That was a suspiciously long load. I was a little concerned. Load times are variable. Even not just between like the types of consoles, whether you're playing on a PS4 or a Pro or a PS5 or whatever, but also just on the same console in the same run. Sometimes the load times are inconsistent. So just add that to the randomness. Treeks, I'm trying to give you this, buddy, and you're just making it worse. Are you ready? You done doing little steppies? Good catch. A+. Cool. He figured it out eventually. So sadly, we are gonna lose a little bit of time compared to any percent. Probably. In this upcoming little section. There's not a cutscene trigger, but a little trigger that Trico can step on. Oh, jeez, something just ran into the window. There's a little trigger that Trico can step on that will cause him to get angry when he's looking across a gap at like a... It's basically an electrified cage. We'll see it here in a second. And in any percent, probably about 70% of the time, we can successfully navigate him around that so that he doesn't get angry. But because there's a barrel, in all barrels, he's basically guaranteed to step on it. Oh, Trico, you did such a good job, buddy. He kept his head forward, which means he didn't spin around, which means he doesn't need to spin around again in order to follow us. He did, however, proceed to just stand there and stare at the wall, so in the end it was about the same. That's okay. So I can't tell Trico what to do here, because I don't have commands. But I can, as a speedrunner, stand in certain places on his head, because he reacts based on where I'm standing. He'll turn to like look at me or put his head down based on where I'm standing. And so I can force his head to angle upward, which helps him trigger this jump. And we got one of these eyeballs. He hates these things, very afraid of them, and he won't walk past it until I get rid of it. So anytime we find those, we need to get rid of them kind of in whatever way we can. Doesn't matter. We can break it, we can throw it off a cliff, hide it, whatever, as long as he can't see it. So we're gonna come out here and almost assuredly he's gonna be angry. Yeah, he's all fluffed up, he's angry. Yeah. That's alright, buddy. We know it's coming. Hey, Treeks, chill. You're fine. Yeah, you're fine. Come this way. Oh, you stuckies. Come on. So yeah, that only happens at any percent, probably about 30% of the time. Because the extra time it takes us to get that barrel gives him enough time to step on that trigger. Yoink. Okay. Let's see if we can find more. Well, Trico decides what he wants to do. Alright, so we've got another barrel. And then we actually get to just do any percent for a little while. We're front-loaded on barrels, and then we get to take a break. Ah, there he was. So it takes a while for this gate to come up, and afterwards Trico can take an additional while longer to figure out that he can actually come through. So we just reset the checkpoint, and then Trico's refocused on us. Back it up, mister, you are too close. So a lot of the time I'm looking at Trico's body language to determine how I should give him a barrel. Sometimes it's best to throw it to him. Sometimes it's best to just hold it and he'll take it. Sometimes it's best to just leave it on the floor. And his body language will tell me what kind of interest he has in the barrel, so that I can make the fastest choice. And it's not always the same. Like between runs. So this is the cage that he could see earlier that was making him very upset. You can see it's kind of like this electrified thing around the outside. He doesn't like it. I'm gonna stand specifically right here. And we're stood right here because I'm directly in line with the middle of Trico's face. Which means that he doesn't have to spin around and do all this hopping and time-consuming stuff in order to find me. He could just yoink me, launch me, and we're done.
Please tell me we're never gonna hear it ringing again. If we do, I might have to bust out the equalizer filter.
I think it will happen one more time, because we will encounter a second cage. I can give you a warning.
Yeah, that'd be
Before it
great.
happens. It should be, I don't know, probably 2 hours 15 into the run-ish. Mort, honey, you don't fit. You don't fit, dude. Alright, so one of the best moments in the game for speedrunners, that mirror that we've been using to shoot lightning out of Trico's tail is gone. Finally. It's one less thing that's on the circle button, which means that at long last, I won't accidentally use the mirror quite as often. And we're on our own for a little bit. Trico is not feeling too hot. So these armors are basically the only enemy in the game. I guess, technically, that's not true. But for gameplay purposes, yeah, it's true. Their goal is to take me inside blue doors. There was a blue door back by Trico that you could see briefly in the cutscene. They're gonna try to grab me, pick me up, and drag me through a door. If I go through a door, I die, and often we lose a pretty substantial amount of progress. So let's not do that. But don't worry, for, you know, PG-13 purposes, there's not people inside the armor. So when they inevitably explode and get ripped apart, it's not people. it's just mist. Alright, so let's wake these guys up. Recurring theme here, if we step in the light from their eyes, they'll notice us and come to life. Trico, could use some help, buddy. And there's that blue door behind Trico. But things would have to go catastrophically wrong for us to be anywhere close to that door during a speed run. Whack him. Get him, Trico. Smack him. Not that way. Trico, not that way. Sideways. Sideways, dude. Well, that works too. Come here, Treeks. Come here, buddy. Yeah, kinda. Hey. Give me that. Give me that, dude. Gimme. Give me the helmet. So this is called helmet skip because of these helmets. Trico doesn't like the armor, but specifically what he doesn't like is their helmets. As you can see, he's very upset. So by luring him into these rooms, placing the helmets on the far side, I can climb Trico in a place that I'm not really supposed to be able to. Because he's supposed to get angry while he's out there, and then you can't force him into this room. And we're able to get up on this upper area, which is usually only accessible by getting Trico to stick his head through a hole and then climbing on his face. And we just completely abandon him. It's much faster, and we don't have to calm him down, which is the purpose of this section. You're supposed to be learning that when Trico's really upset, you can pet him, and after a while he'll calm down and then he'll start listening to you again. But, obviously, climbing up on him, petting him, getting him to chill, all that takes time. So we just skip it. Trico will do whatever he would like to do at this point. So while he does that, Mort has managed to wedge himself into the one place that this camera can't look at. I'm gonna try to go the other way. Hi, Mort. Don't mind the camera. It'll be fine. Mort's just channeling his inner Trico vibes to be kind of a troll. In the meantime, Trico is doing this scripted event. Not the same as a cutscene because it's happening in the confines of the game's physics and calculations. He'll always run back, run toward the entrance, come toward me, if I'm standing over here, go around this pillar, look up at the White Tower, which is over here, and then scream. He looks up into the sky and he must scream. Which, you know, mood. So we're gonna let him do that. Sometimes he does it really well, which he actually did this time. And sometimes he gets super, super confused, and there's nothing you can do about it. But he did actually a really great job, and I would like to stop falling off Trico by getting flung around by his ears. That's the second time in this run that that's happened. Not really supposed to be able to walk on this, as evidenced by the fact that I was clipping through the wall there. Nah, that's alright. I was going for Vine Skip, which to be honest I didn't really want to get anyway, because I don't like it. But now we're just gonna have to do it as intended. So the difference, this bucket is full of the same stuff that's inside barrels, which Trico really, really likes. And he gets super distracted by it, which means he won't do anything I ask for as long as he can smell it. So I have to close the pot in order to get his attention. Vine Skip lets us do that by cheesing our way onto the roof and not having to roll it into the center like I did here. The problem with Vine Skip is that the game doesn't think you're supposed to be able to close it if you don't roll it. So the physics is like really complicated and it doesn't usually let the lid close. Whereas it closes like super easily right here, because it's where it's supposed to be. So a lot of times you can get up there and you can try Vine Skip and then you do everything right and it just doesn't close anyway. So I'm not bothered by the fact that it didn't work. So instead we just get to proceed. Doing it as intended is consistent at least. And we've got this nice long section without barrels. Trico's gonna walk essentially immediately into another scripted event, which again he can do well or he can do poorly, depending on, you know, whether Saturn is in line with Venus. So we'll see. If I get too close to the walls on either side, he'll just shear me off like a sled underneath me and leave me behind. So it's important that I stay in the middle of his back. So he's looking at this water, and he wants to go take a bath. That's kind of his deal right now. And I could encourage him to do that a little bit faster by coming over here myself. Because then he's looking at me, and his head is oriented in the correct direction. Which encourages his AI to correct his body into going that way as well. Sometimes the boy will say, oh, I didn't think that you liked water. And sometimes he won't. I don't know. It's kind of arbitrary. But hey, we've got a friend up here. And that's what Trico's looking at. That's what's making him really upset. I could pet him. That's what you're supposed to do. But after that first instance where we were learning how to pet him and then I didn't because I'm a speedrunner. Anytime after that you can just call him and eventually he'll calm down. Alright buddy, you ready? I will meet him on his way up. Very specific timing, but very consistent. So that I don't have to climb his tail. And there's an eyeball over there, but it's already broken. So it doesn't matter. That doesn't bother him. Okay, dude, you ready for some snacks? Because if you miss these, it's not good. They'll fall into an abyss. So how about you just, are you ready? Thank you. One more. Are you sure? Okay. I never trust him. He's Trico. So yeah, whoop. This eyeball doesn't matter to him because it's broken, so it doesn't scare him. He'll come over no problem, and I'm not gonna wait for him. There's a very cool trick we can do in any percent in this room. Sadly, we don't get to do it for all barrels because there is a barrel down here. So instead, I'm just gonna encourage Trico to fight as fast as he can. Means I'm gonna wake these guys up. I'm gonna try to coordinate them so that they're all in one place. Trico, little help, buddy? So I can strategically use getting captured to encourage Trico to fight, because he'll prioritize protecting me. And that was actually really, really lucky. He happened to accidentally step on and kill one of the armors as he was coming to help me. Which is really nice. That speeds things up. Yeah, you can see he's not super motivated right now, right? Nor is this guy motivated to catch me. So there's only so much I can do to speed it up. Good job, Treeks. If he picks up an armor in his mouth, it's a guaranteed kill. So I could just leave and trust that that will be taken care of. Trico! Trico, why are you backing yourself into the worst section of the entire room? Can you not? Hi. You cool? Yeah. That couldn't have gone any smoother. In any percent, we wouldn't have really done that fight at all. I would have gotten on Trico. It's very precise, but fairly consistent. Right when he comes down, I would have gotten on him and gotten on that pillar over there. He would have done the fight on his own while I proceeded down this hallway. And eventually, you get far enough ahead of him that the game just counts the fight as done, whether he took care of all the armors or not. So we don't... that fight is basically non-existent in any percent. Very specific route there. You have exactly enough time, if you do it right, to not get caught by those armors. And again, Trico will take care of that. He'll hop down. There's no checkpoint associated with those armors, so it's fine. And also, this is a pressure plate. When I force Trico forward using this checkpoint, he will have hit that pressure plate, and his tail will be stuck in a door because he slammed the door down on himself. So he can't help me with this fight until I free him. Some lucky patterns in that hallway. Very easy to get caught. The armors will do whatever the armors want to do. There's not much I can do to control how they come out of the wall. Hi Treeks, you ready? Alright, sometimes he realizes he's free, sometimes he doesn't. This is one of the times he appears that he doesn't. Cool. Buddy. Be free, my friend. There we go. So it's really important that he kills all of these armors, there are 5 of them, before he goes down the hallway that is behind me. Otherwise, his AI will get very, very confused because he has 2 conflicting scripts, right? The script that says that he needs to be doing this fight, and the script that says he needs to be running down the hallway to attack the armor that's at the end. So if he tries to initiate one script when he's in the middle of another, it ends up just kind of breaking him. And he will walk very slowly down this hallway and do absolutely nothing. Alright, but everything triggered correctly. Here he comes. And as Steve said, don't forget every $10 I will pet this fluffy boy. And he does a variety of things, depending on in what circumstances and where you pet him.
And the next pet is only $5 away, because we're already at 25.
And because it's all barrels, we don't even get the guaranteed pet that we would have here in any percent. Petting could make Trico sit down, and we would use that in any percent to skip this entire section by just making him sit and lift his head up to that platform up there. But this is all barrels, so we can't just leave these barrels behind. Steppies, okay. Treeks, would you like a barrel? You're gonna have to commit to one, okay? Good catch. I'm so proud of you. Oh yeah, definitely, just throw it like as far as possible. Yes, okay. That's what he's supposed to be doing. The fastest thing he can do here is just take these from my hands. He just kind of didn't feel like it. And again, he's not super feeling like it and kind of just being a troll. Are you ready? Alright, one more. Remember, there's only 48 barrels, and 4 of them are just stuck together here, so realistically, we are a lot of the way there. Cool. So, the purpose of this room is that when Trico came in, he came through a one-way door. He can't go back out that way, and there's nothing that I can do as a human to get out of here. So, we're supposed to learn, if I could ever get up on this giant fuzzy chicken, we're supposed to learn, hey, if Trico's paying attention to me, sometimes he'll do things that I ask him to do. And that's the only way out of this room. is to learn how to give commands to Trico. In any percent, we skip all of that, and we just automatically get the commands by virtue of triggering the next checkpoint. But we do have to actually do it as intended in all barrels. That does, however, mean that now I can tell Trico what to do. Sort of. Sometimes. It's more of a suggestion, really. So it doesn't matter where Trico is, as long as that door hits the top of that hallway, then the checkpoint has occurred, and we can just teleport him out here. Hey, buddy! Look over there! You want a snack? Dog, what have you done? What? I think the dog just turned on my husband's computer.
What?
I don't know how that happened. It's a big tower PC. Dog, what did you do?
The scary part is, if she can turn on your husband's PC, then she can turn off yours.
That's also very true. Alright, well, if I just completely vanish, you know what happened. She's got the magic touch. She just walked past and the computer sprung to life. So now Trico is listening to me, basically. Ahem. Right, Trico? And we don't have that much in terms of commands. We basically have go in the direction that I'm pointing, which for the purpose of a speedrun should only ever be forward, because he really struggles with anything else. And then we have jump, swipe, which we basically never use, interact with, which we will use occasionally, and stop it. We have like a punishment command, which I won't particularly use because it doesn't, you know, contribute to forward progress unless Trico is very confused. Are you ready? Okay. Good catch. Uh-oh. Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, well. There it goes. Good job, Trico! What a resounding success. I'm so proud. There's the first barrel into the abyss. Come on, Treeks. But yeah, sometimes the Trico gets super confused. It's because his AI is getting kind of hung up on a command. And the punishment command basically clears his AI actions list. And it can help to get him unstuck. Trico, you had one job, buddy. You had one job. And it was kind of the opposite of everything that you accomplished there. No, I am not throwing this to you in the exact same way. Do you think I am a fool? If you want it, catch it from over here. Oh, I missed. I am so good at this game, you have no idea. To be fair, you're not supposed to be able to do that without Trico, but I coulda. Treeks, to be honest, I don't really care where you go up. The important thing is that you go up. Okay? Again, Treeks, doesn't super matter. Just uppies and we'll be good. Fine. Beautiful. Because there's a ladder over here. Back on track. So next couple rooms we have armors that are turtled into the ground. They can kind of melt into these little turrets. And if I step into the light from their eyes, they'll notice me and they'll come to life and come after me. But without Trico, I really don't have any way to handle armors. So I need to get him in here before they notice me. I don't like to see them go off the ledge without being exploded. I'll play that a little bit safe. Yep, okay, we're fine. So, underneath this platform is a death plane, right? Both for me and for the armors. So if they go off the ledge without being exploded, they're technically still alive until they hit that death plane. And it's much further down than you would think that it is. So I don't want to see them go off the ledge while they're still fully intact. Because if you reset that checkpoint and they haven't reached the death plane yet, then the fight isn't over. And you will be forced to restart the fight from the beginning. So it's always better to just have them explode because then you're sure that the fight is done right then. And same principle with this upcoming room. We're good on barrels for a while. We don't have any. Still for a little bit. It's just this next room has 6? I think 6 armors instead of just the 2. There's a checkpoint as soon as I hit the ground, which is why I'm just kind of yeeting myself down here and it's fine. And it just so happens that their orientation when you reload from the checkpoint is pretty beneficial. Cool. This entire run is just a speed run of tactical yeets. And only about 80% of them are intentional. So I clustered these guys together at the end and then got caught to encourage Trico to fight. There's a lot that I can do in terms of controlling the tide of battle. Woo! Trico, help! Controlling the tide of battle by my own positioning. But that's really one of the only ways that I can help, since I myself can't, you know... Whoa! Can't, like, throw armors off ledges and stuff. Again, you can see Trico's looking at that guy, because he hasn't hit the death plane yet. So it looks like the fight is over, but it took a lot longer than it seemed. I'm gonna go one time to try the TAS-only jump from this ledge. It saves like 7 seconds. And it's very swaggy. But obviously it's also very difficult and not super RTA viable. But I did it. And I didn't break my leg. That was like perfect. Yeah, it doesn't super much save a ton of time, but it's very cool.
The casualness of like, oh yeah, it's like I think the TAS only trick, not really RTA, right? But, oh, I did it. The casualness.
If you fail it and you die, it loses like almost a minute. So Trico is going to do this on his own. He's very smart about doing these little platforms, so I'm just going to kind of leave him to it. I promise he is doing things, even though it seems like he's just sitting here and staring at nothing. He often stares at nothing. That is fair. But he is actually doing a good job here. Meanwhile, Mort do be sleeping. Mort is just living his best life over there. Okay, good job, Trico. I'm proud of you. So we've seen in the past with like Vine Skip that there are these big jugs, right, of smoky blue liquid that Trico seems to really like. It's the same stuff that's inside the barrels that he eats. And we're going to encounter a jug of it made of, you know, the same stuff. It's just it happens to be a little bit tinier. So same principle applies. If he can smell it, he really, really loves it, and he really wants it. And that's all he's going to be focused on. And I'm going to use that to my advantage. We can't open this door up ahead with like a lever or anything. Instead, I need Trico to pull on a chain. And in order to get him to do that, I'm going to distract him with his delicious schnackos. And we'll work together to prop this door open. We also lined that up to do a fall damage cancel so that I could fall from the top of this room. And instead of taking fall damage, the boy mistook this pillar as something he could grab. And the grab interrupted the accumulation of fall distance so that I didn't break my leg when I hit the ground. I mean, I can just walk off a broken leg. Pretty sure basically anybody can. Just, you know, smash up your kneecaps and then be like, ah, whatever, give me 2 minutes, I'll be okay. But obviously that takes time. Here you go, buddy. Have fun. Just kidding. So I'm gonna reset because it teleports me and the jug closer to where I need to be. And it prevents... Again, brand new sentence. It prevents losing time because Trico sneezes on me. Because Trico's sneezes are so powerful that they knock you off your feet. And he's super into that jug, and it'll make him sneeze. So, we just want to be teleported across the room. And he's pulling on the chain now that that jug is attached to it, and I just need him, there we go, to pull a little bit harder. I'm not entirely sure what this is. I think it's like the wheels to some of the carts that we're gonna see later. I call it an axle. I don't know. But we're gonna jam it underneath the door, and then Trico can get through. So Trico always loses interest. That's fine. That's anticipated that he will drop that jug, and then he'll start to try to charge at this door. And I'll say, Trico, don't do that, dude. And he'll be like, alright, fine. And then I say, focus on that, please. So it's always a very specific series of commands. And he'll fiddle around with it for probably like 20 seconds. And then he'll do a big, big pull, and we'll be able to get this under the door. Alright, there you go. One more, Treeks. Nice. So he's gonna come over and sniff that axle. And he's gonna be super obsessed with it for some reason. And he won't move until I give him a very specific call from a specific spot. Hey, buddy. It took us years to find that. We used to just like wait until he was done with the axle in his own time in order to get him to come through. And then, I think it was Walter, was like, hey, if you just call him from this specific little set of polygons, he'll just show up right away. And we were all like, oh, this saves so much time. Alright, we got eyeballs up here. Trico's gonna be very upset. Good throw, little boy. Sometimes you can hit those during the cutscene. Depends on how the controls invert. Sometimes you can hit them outside of the cutscene too, but that doesn't appear to be the case, does it? So we need to get rid of these for Trico to progress. Controls, for some reason, change when cutscenes are playing. Like, going right might make you go down instead. It usually rotates like 90 degrees. Which is why it's not always consistent. Like, whether you're able to hit those during the cutscene, it depends on what the controls do. And Trico always does this on his own time. Unlike the previous thing with the axle, we've never been able to figure out what makes him proceed. Another eyeball on top of this cart, which means I'm gonna have to get rid of it, or Trico's not gonna do anything. This whole thing broke from underneath me, but obviously we know where it's safe to stand, so... And we've still got plenty of time for pets, don't forget. $10 per pet, but we only need $5 right now, because we already have 5 of the next 10 contributed. And I will pet Trico. I'll pet him right between his adorable little eyeballs, and I'll make him do a big yawn, and it's very cute. And he can definitely miss there. Like that's, again, not a cutscene, scripted event. So sometimes the old Trico brain just doesn't really kick in. And he doesn't grab you. So same thing's gonna happen with this. There's an eyeball on top. Trico's afraid of it. I need to get rid of it. It's gonna break the platform as it goes down, and I'm gonna need Trico to save me. Because I'm standing on the platform and it's going to explode. Meanwhile, of course I can't get the camera to look, but... there's White Tower! That's where we're trying to go. Now, if you have no soul, there is a speedrun category that ends here, called Bad Ending, because if I don't help Trico, he will eventually fall. And so, for the people who don't have time to do an entire Last Guardian run, if you would like to do a run that is approximately an hour, you can do Bad Ending, but that's the price you have to pay. I removed that jug so that this pillar would roll down and give Trico something to grab onto. It takes him a minute to grab it, but he will. And we'll go ahead and move during that cutscene. Leave him behind. And this is actually a very decent all barrels run so far. We are at 111, and the world record for bad ending in any percent is just shy of sub 1, so. Considering all of the extra barrels we've gotten, we are going at quite a decent clip. Love to see that Trico isn't anywhere close to being here. It's fine. Whoa! That was close. Cause yeah, he's upset, obviously, at this eyeball. So it's not like he was gonna help us anyway. We'll get rid of it. And then, in an ideal world, he'll come in and wreck everybody's day while I'm trying to open this door. We will be playing briefly at 15 frames per second because this is a good game. And by the way, you can play this game at 60 FPS. It's capped at 30, but if you play version 1.0 on a PS5, you can play at 60, and it's absolutely beautiful. But there are a lot of hard locks where Trico just vanishes into walls, or the game just freezes. So you have to patch back and forth if you want to be able to complete the game. Hey buddy, you want this? You want this delicious snack? Well, you did. No, no, no. No, no. Don't roll into the abyss. We've had one abyss barrel already. Let's not make it two.
You're gonna need some little snacks.
Trico needs so many snacks, and then I give him snacks, and he still is like, I'm not moving until you feed me more. Such a high maintenance baby. But I love him.
I have a snack for all of you too, if you're curious.
Oh.
The snack being that we got some bid wars and incentives that got opened if you're interested.
Yeah.
So I've been informed that we now have the bid war open for Paradise Skeleton to save or kill Henry. And also we have the character bid war for the SSX trilogy. And that's between Maxo or Hurry. And we also have an additional incentive open up for Fest to replace the main character sprite with a Sonic sprite. And that is priced at $150. I think we can make that.
All right. Well.
Make the $100 incentive for. Oh my god, my brain. I know there's a $100 incentive. I forgot which one though. Hotline Mammy, yeah, for the Hotline Mammy 2 bonus levels.
Yeah, we've got character sprite switching, and Trico, you are just really, really kind of being a chump here. So yeah, go check out the newly opened incentives and bid wars. Trico, I need you to just over there, just right there. Buddy, hun. So what's happening, we refer to it as the infinite loop. This eyeball is making Trico upset, right? And I need him to go over to the left, which he's trying desperately to do. But I need him to do it by just stepping to the left, not stepping forward. When he steps forward like this, he gets too close to the eyeball, and then he gets really upset again, and he forgets what he's doing. And he'll just do that, like, repeatedly, and I need to try to break him out of this loop. Stop. You ready? Would you rather have this command? No, that's a forward step. Alright. Buddy. I understand. Sometimes it's just really difficult. Sometimes things are tough. Right, Trico? Things are spooky and scary. You can do this, my dude. But at first I need you to stop twirling around like a donut, okay? Stop getting angry. And also stop, getting stuckies. Alright, you ready? I came back here because then he was forced to turn towards me and get a little bit closer, or like further away from the eyeball. I can only hope that he consumes these barrels so that we don't have to do that again. Right, buddy? Good catch. One more, but he often hops down in between. Oh. Nice job, dude. Alright, he recovered a kind of unfortunate situation with some good barrel crunches. Trico was being so silly. What a cabbage. I kinda can't blame him though, he's been really good so far. He deserves a little bit of shenanigans. That was certainly not something severe enough that I would take his little pendant away. But consider that a warning, my friend. Yeah, that ended up being 43 seconds, which is nothing in the grand scope of The Last Guardian. You have time swings across 10 plus minutes, it's really nothing. So the way this puzzle is supposed to work is, you see there's a break in the glass. You're supposed to like go through that, go around the back, go through another break, come through the front. Or we'll just do that and now we're at the end of the puzzle. We have stood on something we weren't supposed to stand on and just skipped straight to the end. Saves about 45 seconds. It is, however, and very appropriately for this game, contingent on how hard the wind is blowing. Unironically, because if the wind is blowing really hard, it makes the eyeball, like, shift a lot, and you're not properly lined up for that jump, so It's all physics, baby! Alright, we'll get rid of this for our friend. And we'll be able to see this place, actually, like those cages and everything. We'll be able to see that throughout the rest of the game to kind of get a metric of how far we've gone. Always safe to land on Trico, doesn't matter how far you fall because he is soft and squishy. Treeks? Earth to Treeks. Are you receiving transmission? Oh, he's got it. He's smart. And down there is where we were before. That's where Trico took a bath, and where we looked up and saw the other Trico hanging out on top of the scaffolding. So we've already climbed a pretty decent way. Come here, Treeks. This rickety bridge is fine, I promise. And I have moved during the cutscene so that I was standing on Trico's back and ready to jump as soon as the cutscene ended. It's always risky to do that because Trico doesn't have fur down by the bottoms of his feet. So if during the time when the controls are inverted during the cutscene, if you happen to move too close to his feet, you'll just slip off and die. And then you go back quite a decent ways. And we're doing a little shimmy here because there's a cutscene trigger up there. If we step on it, we'll look back at Trico, who's kind of over on this pillar. And we'll be like, don't worry, Trico, I'll figure out a way to save you. Or we can just skip it. Technically, if you're really precise, you can jump over it too, but that's much more difficult. So Trico's on that pillar, and he has nowhere that he can go. He is, however, having a bunch of spears thrown at him by a bunch of really cool armor guys. So we need to go help him. And what's supposed to happen is that there is a drawbridge across the way. I'm not going to look at it because then I'm going to run into one of these guys and that's bad, but there's a drawbridge over there. But it's up. And so we're trying to get over there and like lower it for him. But as we jump over, the thing that we jump onto breaks, and it's like a moment of tension, and Trico has to like overcome his fear and jump over to save us. We're not gonna do any of that, because it takes time, you know. So instead, I'm gonna jump onto a place that I'm not really supposed to land on. And yeah, I am going to skip that entire like Trico jumping over cutscene everything. And the game is gonna panic because what are you doing over there without Trico? You're not supposed to be over there. And it's just gonna spawn Trico exactly where he needs to be without having to see any of that stuff happen. So that's the thing we're supposed to grab onto. That's what'll trigger the cutscene. Instead, I'm just gonna hop down here. Not supposed to be able to land on the top of the drawbridge. Now we're over here without Trico, which shouldn't be possible. So the game panics and loads Trico onto the drawbridge. And we're done. And I almost fell to my death through a hole in the bridge. It's fine. Kind of forgot it was there. Now, we have been, obviously, horrible Trico owners. We've given Trico every barrel in this game. And he says, you know what? I've been doing so much for you, I need a barrel. Like, right now, stat. Or I'm not going to do anything. So this is one of the required barrels. He will sit down and not move until you feed him. Temperamental little baby. And what you're supposed to do is take this barrel and like throw it from platform to platform so that, you know, you rush over and catch it before it falls off repeatedly. But instead, I'm just gonna step up onto here. There's one tiny little section of that architecture that you can walk on when you're not supposed to. And we skip that entire puzzle. That is one of 3 barrel skips. Same principle in all of them. We have the barrel, we walk somewhere, like hook our foot onto something we're not supposed to, and skip the entire puzzle. Hey, buddy. I have your snacks, don't worry. It's been forever since I've done, like, consistent full Last Guardian runs. I just don't have the time anymore. It's so sad I miss Trico. I did, however, discover just yesterday how to play Last Guardian on remote play on my Android phone, and it is the hottest garbage, and I am so excited. I'm gonna play through that entire game with just the worst controls, and it's gonna be so much fun. There's also like that new accessible PlayStation controller that's like a ring or something. Kinda wanna get one of those and see about playing Last Guardian on it. This jump is really hard for Trico to understand for some reason. I think he's got it, which would be huge because he does have it. Way to go, dude. His AI is rocking it. It's just really steep, really straight up. He often misinterprets it for just asking him to jump in place. But he did a great job. We saved 1 minute and 44 seconds, so good job, Trico. For perspective, when I was testing the remote play thing yesterday, just the very beginning, all you have to do, right, is like jump on Trico and get the spear out of his leg. That took me like 5 minutes. That should happen in the first 12 seconds of the run, and it took me like 5 minutes. I'm very excited. Good try, Trico. That was a valiant effort. There's a little cutscene that's gonna play here. Pans off to the side. We don't actually see anything. We just hear this other Trico, like, roaring. If Trico is really, really lucky with the way that his AI processes things, sometimes he will take this jump before that cutscene can trigger, and we just skip it entirely. And it's wonderful, and it saves like 25 seconds, but I've had it happen once in the last like 2 years, so certainly not very common. Treeks, focus. Focus, buddy. Trico. Stop calling me, you random wireless caller. I don't know who you are. I got a bunch of phone calls at like 1:44 this morning from just some random person. What, the remote play playthrough? I'm gonna do that for Treeksmas. Treeksmas, the annual December marathon held by me for The Last Guardian, where we do ridiculous things. Sancho guided me through a decent chunk, honestly, blindfolded last year. And it was chaos, you know. We've had runs where, like, people try to sabotage me, they make me hold Mort and things like that so that I can't go as fast. This game just lends itself so much to additional shenanigans. Alright, timing is everything for this little section. First of all, quick rope climbing, which I learned, weirdly enough, from inside. I figured if it worked in inside, maybe it would work here, and it does. So we're climbing this rope a lot faster than we're supposed to be able to. Trico, in the meantime, he's off to our right, and he's just bouncing back and forth from these platforms because there's an eyeball, and it's like upsetting him, but at the same time he wants to be really close to us, so he's being super indecisive. And it all should sync up correctly, that everything will be exactly where it needs to be for me to jump on him. As long as I do rope run, which Sancho, who is in chat, was there when I discovered. You're supposed to stick your arms out real wide and go very slow across ropes, but if you enter the rope from a crouching position, it will allow you to run, and then as long as you continue that crouch without letting the run animation end, you can run the entire length, and it goes a lot faster. Trico will just be jumping onto this platform, and will not have enough time to turn around before I can go and meet him for the panda plummet, which Sancho, who is in chat, discovered. So there was like a bunch of tricks just back to back in a seemingly unassuming little section. You got this, Treeks. You can figure it out, dude. And there's the white tower. You can see we can actually see... camera. We can actually see the top now. So we are really making progress. Always be going up is the theme of this game. Right, Trico? So can you jump, buddy? Thank you. Alright. I'll leave him to figure that out on his own. Because there's an eyeball up here. Right, right somewhere. That I, for some reason, can't see. But that's what Trico's upset about, and I'm gonna knock it down. There it is. Don't worry, Treeks, I got you. So of the places that Trico can save you, this is one of the most common to die. There's a lot of calculations happening in that poor little chicken brain. You ready? barely made it. He did not drop me to my demise. Unlike that one barrel, but don't worry, it's only been the one so far. So that reset helps to turn Trico around and get his attention on what we need to be doing. And now, he should be smart enough to tackle the rest of this on his own. Which means I am gonna get a drink. Because it has been an hour and a half. Stay hydrated, everybody.
While you're getting a drink, do you mind if I tell people about the awesome charity event we're fundraising for?
I was just gonna ask you to do that.
We're on the same wavelength. Well, before I do that, I do want to say that we actually got a couple donations coming in. We got a $25 donation coming in from Ogre498 saying, "Love a marathon for a good cause." And that did go towards the bid war for petting Trico. So we got in total 3 more pets in with that donation. And that also went towards the new not bid war, incentive for you. But speaking of bid wars, that donation, because on Tiltify you can donate, when you donate, you can make your money count twice. And that donation also went towards the bid war to save Henry. And we also got another $10 donation from Chevel22 saying, "Hello, is this head a giant bird button?" Yes, it is. So, Sable, I believe if my math is correct, you owe us another 4 pence.
I believe that sounds right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you, Shavil. I will pet Trico. Let me see, how close am I to the top here? We've got time. We've got time.
And all of your money is, of course, going to the amazing Somos Familia Valle. It's a local LGBTQ plus organization in the San Fernando area. And if you want to know more about them, because I believe Sable is just wrapping up here.
Yeah.
And I will post the link to the charity in chat, and you can find out about all the stuff they do.
Well, thank you for that. So off we go. Trico has made it to the top of this pillar. Shavil, for your lovely $10 Pet the Trico button, I removed a spear from his shoulder, and I started to pet the blood away. But alas, we have been foiled! We were climbing so high, and then our angry girlfriend said, "No, I don't support this." She smacked me right in the face. So down we go. Wow, Trico did a really good job there. I don't control how fast Trico climbs that tower, but according to the splits, he did it like 10 seconds faster. So way to go, buddy. Now, no vine skip for me, alright? I'm tired of dying. We're not doing it. We're gonna do a modified version of vine skip, because you can see down there, kind of on the top left corner, are a bunch of vines growing on that pillar. And once we get out of this sticky situation, it sticks because it's trees. You see what I did there? Once we get out of this situation, I'll be up top, and technically you should be able to jump straight from the top down to those vines, and that's called vine skip. It saves a decent amount of time. The problem is, in order for the game to calculate when you die, when you fall, it calculates how far you've fallen. That number is not always the same. Sometimes you can fall really far and you don't die, and sometimes you fall barely at all and you just get a black screen before you even realize what happened. It so happens that those vines are basically exactly at how far you need to fall in order to die. So sometimes you jump to the vines and it's fine. Sometimes you jump to the vines, you grab the vines, and then the screen goes dark because you died. So, I'm not about that life, and I'm not gonna do that. Because I, among all Last Guardian... Trico! Hey! Are you leaving me behind? Get up here! What are you doing? Breaking from the script. Anyway, I am notorious among Last Guardian runners for being really unlucky at Vine Skip. Not only because it often counts it as a death, but because there is a checkpoint up above me, and it just never works. And so I end up down here again anyway, and no. No, we're not gonna do it. So we're gonna do a modified version, and I will show you what that is. First, Trico has to get himself settled. There we go. Thank you for your assistance. If we were doing the true Vine Skip, we would have run around behind Trico and jumped off of the ledge that he's standing on. Being on the middle of his back is going to trigger him to go down. And we're going to jump from here instead, because it's not that much slower, but it is significantly safer. And then here's another barrel skip. You know, we're supposed to take it up there, throw it over, let it roll down, and just keep throwing it along these ledges. But I just won't. Just walk up the side of a wall and it'll be fine. We're getting this barrel because Trico is once again throwing a little tantrum. This time, you know, I get it. He just kind of crashed through a roof. He deserves a little snack. And that happened to land so perfectly so that he can actually reach it and I don't have to position it. Which is lovely. Saved quite a lot of time. Alright. Well, while Trico is climbing, let's fix this bloody spot on his back for one of those pets. And it'll also unruffle his feathers. It'll put his feathers back to their normal resting position. There we go. We can unruffle these ones as well. Here, buddy. It's a little bit better, huh? Over here, too. Boy, this one feather is just kind of having a mind of its own. There it goes. You're feeling better, right? Oh, he's got a spear. Where's spear? There we go. We'll toss another pet in there because it makes them all hunched over and cute. There you go, Trico. No spears. Less blood. Bit less blood. Yeah, it's brushy brushy. You actually run your hands through his feathers and fix them up. But that was not all the pets, so don't worry, y'all. I'll pet him between his head and show you what happens once we get to like a nice little flat spot. But thank you for your donations, helping us to keep Trico squeaky clean. Camera. Camera, please. Thank you. So Trico is looking across the way. We kind of... I guess we can see them. Up there, those armors are holding shields that look like eyeballs. So obviously that's a big problem for Trico. He's terrified of those things. And he will stop fighting whenever he encounters armors that are holding eyeball shields. That's bad for us. Because usually if we get caught and Trico is distracted by one of those shields, he won't come save us. So it's very risky to have those exist. And, as an additional negative, don't think that this was intended, but it just so happens that if Trico sees those, and he sees them for long enough that it stops him from fighting, he'll be more pacifist for the rest of the speedrun, which means that he's less likely to be able to, like, swat armors and actually kill them. He'll just knock them down. And that really slows things down. So we want to make sure that whenever these eyeball shields are a consideration, that they're gone just as soon as possible. Luckily for us, he broke these ones, so we don't have to worry about it. Also, yeah, I can help a little bit in fights. As you can see, I can... Okay. If the armors are already on the floor, I can pull their heads off. But problem is, I usually can't knock them to the floor myself, so... Get through. There we go. Hey Trico, you want a snack? Yes. One more, buddy. Come on. And then we're gonna do some pets. So when armors are just the suits without the head, they won't activate if you walk in front of them, unless you put a head on them. I don't want Trico to necessarily fight these other two, it's just this one in the back has a barrel behind it. So ideally, Trico just fights this one and it's fine. More likely, he's gonna swat it around, the head's gonna go flying and it's gonna keep activating all these other ones. Oh, nice. Very nice. Okay, buddy. You relax, okay? Chill. 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 He broke this armor pretty far back into the corner, and I don't want him to keep swatting at the helmet, because then he could accidentally put it on another armor, so... calmed him down first. Here. Hey. I'm doing it. Here you go. Cool. Come here, Treeks. Let me pet you between the eyes. Trico, I'm gonna need you to calm down, dude. Treeks. Calm it down, okay? Here. Rub-a-dub. Are you too distracted to be cute? Well, okay. Alright. There was one cute thing. He can shake his head. For the pet that we have left, I'm gonna get him out of this distracted area and I'll show you what he does when he's not upset at all of these armors. So we can hear this other Trico again, still lurking around. Very much not our friend, because she smacked us right in the face. As per usual, Trico's gonna get ahead of himself. He's gonna step on a pressure plate, which activates this door, blocking his path. I'll lift it up. And just like we've seen before, there's a big jug of food down there that's gonna keep him really distracted until I find some way to get rid of it. So casual players will push this to the end of the like rails and realize that it doesn't go anywhere. As speedrunners, obviously we know ahead of time that it doesn't go anywhere and that we need to change the track. Yeah, it's pretty easy to die if you're trying to be an efficient speedrunner and drop onto him like that, because you want to drop in such a way that you just barely cling on to him and can drop again immediately. You don't actually want to land on him. So I landed kind of suboptimally because the boy actually stood up. Boy, just get down. All right. So we dumped all this into the water. Trico is once again focused, but this puzzle is really hard for him to figure out. And it can definitely be a place where a lot of very good speedruns lose a lot of time to things that are outside of your control. So what I need is for this debris to get out of the way, first of all, because that will slow me down. I need Trico to break a hole in the ceiling, which he can do just by kind of walking around and getting lucky about where he steps. I can encourage him to step in the right spot, but in the end, the game has to give him credit for standing in the right place. Come on, Treeks. He's basically already standing in the right place, so it's just a matter of the game registering it. I'm gonna keep shifting my position as well to encourage him to shift his until the game, whoa, does what it needs to do. Oh, there's the bits. Alright, so now we have a hole in the ceiling. Now I need Trico to turn around and face his butt toward that hole so that his tail comes down. Hi, Trico! Which means I'm gonna get him to look at me. There we go, and there comes his tail. Now I'm going to super intentionally not look anywhere close to his tail, because as with most video games, they save memory by not loading things that you're not looking at. So it's easier for Trico's tail to come down without getting stuck in a bunch of scaffolding if the scaffolding is not loaded, right? Which means that if I don't look at it, Trico's tail is less likely to get tangled in all of this stuff that's up on the ceiling. And out we go. That really was not that bad. Good job, Trico. Up here, once again, because Trico has learned that he can, he's gonna stop and demand that I feed him before he'll proceed. So while he's working on this fight that's happening, I'm gonna preemptively go and get the barrel that he wants. Seems like he's doing a perfectly fine job of doing that fight without my assistance. Considering that the fight is already over. I just want to be cool! I just want to be cool! Fine. I just wanted to step up onto that barrel instead of placing it like this because it's a little bit, like, swaggier. It is called the Sancho step when you do that because it was another thing found by Sancho Panda. Does it save time? Meh, saves like 0.5 seconds. Is it cool? Yes. And that's all that matters. Hey buddy. Normally I would interrupt him from doing this little happy dance, but I mean, come on. You ready, Treeks? You want to try head pets again? Here you go. Have some pets. He's just so focused on the job he has to do. Treeks, I'm proud of you for being a good speedrunner. But I want to show what happens when you have good pets on your head, buddy. Well, let's do the thing you want to do then, Trico. Come on! What are you waiting for? Whoa! That was a vast misunderstanding, my friend. That's okay. He mistook my command. I told him to jump up and he just took it as jump. And so he did, to be fair. White Tower is over behind us. We are making pretty decent progress. Once again, that's down there is where Trico took a bath. And where we saw the other Trico for the first time. So we are much, much higher. There's our White Tower. Poor Trico's stuck behind a door, so I'm gonna go open it for him. I called Trico not because I actually need him, but because one of the armors shot a bunch of like ninjutsu magic at me, and if I get enough of that accumulated on me, it eats my inputs. And that's the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to kind of like stop you from doing things, but mashing buttons makes it go away. And mashing Call Trico is basically the only button that you can mash that doesn't actually impact your movement. Excuse me. What are you doing to the camera? Morty! So over here, we are about to get to the hardest barrel in the run. We'll see how long this takes. This should be very exciting. Over here, there are 4 armors in this Coliseum, but they spawn in starting from the back of the room and going toward the front of the room. They don't all spawn at one time. So, if I touch that little platform and reset quickly, I should, yes, interrupt these guys spawning in. So I've interrupted it such that there's only 1 armor instead of the 4 that there's supposed to be. I cut their spawn timer short, basically. And you can see there was supposed to be another guy here, right? And he was gonna have a shield. But he's not here. So I'm gonna break his shield just to make sure that that's not a problem. This fight is over a lot faster if we can glitch that out. That's the only true, like, glitch in this speedrun. Everything else is just kind of a manipulation. The potentially sad thing is that there's supposed to be 4 armors, and obviously we've only defeated 1, which means the game thinks that there are still 3 armors. That means the fight's not over. So we're gonna get to hear this music for a little while. So let's all just engage our music theory brains and appreciate what's happening in this piece of score, because we might be here for a while. The thing that makes this difficult is that up above me is a grate, and on top of it is a suit of armor that doesn't have a head. And behind him is a barrel. So, I need to take the helmet from down here and put it on this catapult and then get Trico. Yes, Trico, the giant AI creature who never listens. To shoot this helmet up through this grate and get it to stay up there so that I can put it on the armor. That is all phenomenally difficult. And, Trico, can you not, please? And will likely take multiple attempts. That is fully planned as part of this run. It's fine. I wish you great luck. I'm gonna need it. Come on, Treeks. First try, right, buddy? I mean, it's not down here. Wait, did we seriously just do that on the first try? Where's the helmet? Is it up here? I don't... Okay, hold on. It's here! Yeah, it's right there! We did that on the first try? Okay. I don't even know what to say. I was planning like 15 minutes for this barrel, so... Cool. Trico, get up here, dude. Come here. Let's just go. Treeks? Trico, this guy is gonna get me. Can you come help, please? Trico, where are you? Get up here! Oh, there he is. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm gonna let this guy catch me so that Trico has an easier time. Nice. Fantastic! Well, that was the smoothest that has ever gone. Trico, there's no way I'm throwing that to you. You can come and take it out of my hands, okay? Trico, buddy, are you joshing me right now? You better catch this. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm not throwing this through the... Do not try to knock it out of my hands. Just take it, okay? Good. Okay. Whew. Yeah, that was fantastic. I am very excited about that. I think with 0 attempts next time, the barrel is just down there on the floor waiting for me when I come in. I think the longest that I've ever taken was at really, really long-a-thon. I think I took 23 minutes. And I didn't get it. I was just like, we have to leave. But sometimes it just be that way, you know, you can't super control the physics. On the bright side though, the fact that that barrel often takes so long is a big part of what gives you the time to maybe get poop. Which I was hoping that we would get, because if we got it now, that would be a world record. I mean, I have the world record in poop percent, because of course I do. That's totally my kind of category. But it would be a pretty substantial improvement. I promise this music will go away. We're still on the fight music because it doesn't think those other 3 armors are dead. We just have to do water puzzles real quick. Water puzzles are usually pretty consistent. The barrel in the second one can be problematic if Trico doesn't do what he's supposed to do. But that's not super within our control, so we'll just kind of take it as it comes. Lots of people get stuck here in their casual playthrough, and that's fair, because it's not clear what's happening. When I opened that door, it also opened a grate way down deep underneath the water, and that's something that Trico can swim through. That's not super clear, so I understand why people get very confused. Okay, up we go. Trico has a very important job to do here. He's gonna help me solve this puzzle. And that's the only thing that's on his mind right now. So if I try to give him a barrel right now, he is going to be very upset at being interrupted in what he's trying to do. And it's going to make it very hard for his AI to understand what I'm asking. Boy, I asked you to dive. Could you dive, please? So we're going to solve this puzzle and then we're going to do the barrel. Which is fine most of the time. If the barrel messes up, it does unfortunately mean we have to do this puzzle for a second time. But let's just not mess up the barrel, huh? The force of him jumping in the water creates this wave that will lift me up. Come here, buddy. I need your help. So because of the way Trico's, like, barrel-eating engine works, he needs to be standing when he eats. And so even when he eats barrels that are in the water, he's, you know, standing on some kind of ground that's in the water. The problem with this room is that there is no place where he can be standing to eat barrels out of the water. So if I throw this to him and he misses, there's no way for him to eat it. There's nowhere that I can take it, and there's nowhere that he can stand. Mort, buddy, why you keep moving every time I get the camera on you? Alright, Trico. Are you ready? No, you're not. Are you ready? Okay. Good catch, dude. Alright. We're good. As long as he got that, we're fine.
Sable, do you have a moment?
I do.
I just want to say, since this is one of the longer runs, this event, we are actually splitting the hosting for this, so I'm actually going to pop off and I'll leave you in the very capable hosting hands of Osmorn.
Well, thank you for hanging out with me. Go get some
I will,
rest.
and please, for everyone in the chat watching, please smash those donations so Osmorn has amazing donations to read, and someone gets amazing money to do amazing. Alright, Osmorn, all yours.
Hello everybody. Thank you for that amazing introduction, George. And as he said, please get those donations in so I have some stuff to read. We're going to have amazing time here today with Sable. I've seen this run before and I'm glad to be hosting the second half of it. And I just want to see that donation total really get blown out of the water as high as we can get it for an amazing cause, Somos Familia Valle. And I'll talk about that throughout my hosting shift. But I'll let Sable take it away with some more of The Last Guardian here.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging out, Oz. Appreciate you. And we do still have, I promise, we have one outstanding pet, but every $10 I will pet Trico, and he will do cute things. Okay, so I'm gonna reset this checkpoint so that y'all don't have to listen to this fight music anymore. We're free. We are at peace once again. Alright, so we have quite a long section now without barrels. The next barrel that we're going to give is actually behind that suit of armor over there, and we're gonna need a helmet for that, which that's a whole ordeal separate of itself, so for now Trico has abandoned us. He has much bigger lungs than we do. So we're on our own for essentially the only time in the game. I'm gonna try to do something swaggy, because it's cool, and if it doesn't work, that's fine. But I pay my bills in swag bucks. Alright.
I'd expect nothing less.
Let's... Oh, I'm so cool. No, I died. Okay, fine. So you'll see when I do this the right way, in quotes, that the boy's gonna like hold his arms out to the side, and it's gonna be that slow, very deliberate walk, like you would across ropes and stuff. But if you come at it with the right angle, you can do the rope run on that railing as well, which is what I was trying to do. It would have been so very marginally faster, but I wasn't just gonna let the opportunity slip me by. So it's fine, we just get to ride this elevator again. Alright, I'll do it this way.
Seeing this child bounce across this beam is giving me major anxiety right now, I will say.
It only gets worse.
Oh, how fun.
Also, Mort keeps picking the exact spot in this camera that it can't reach, so I keep having to, like, spin it. He's just adding an additional, challenge. He's making it a challenge run. So poor Trico, he's somewhere. We don't know. And we're just trying to find him. As we climb up here, we see some signs of him. Such as that little feather. There's another one right there. So all signs point that we are going the right way. And there are some speedrun ways to do this, like, marginally faster. But I'm talking seriously, like, about 0.7 seconds faster. But if they don't work, you end up losing a little bit of time, so it's kind of basically reserved for the task. Because across an essentially 4-hour run, 0.7 seconds is not the hill you choose to die on. Hey, we got a Trico tail. And a foot. So this isn't actually our Trico. This is the mean Trico that keeps smacking us and knocking us down and chasing us. I'm gonna skip a lot of this encounter. You're supposed to climb up like a tree and go across a wire. All sorts of things. I'm not gonna do any of that. There's always the risk that she'll knock you off of the cliff right at the beginning, but it's a risk worth taking in order to skip so much of this encounter. I dropped down while she was still swatting at me because she was committed to an animation. If she weren't, she would be able to stick her head in that hole ever so slightly faster, and we would not have made it out in time. Morty, I must kindly ask what you are doing. What is going on?
He's covering up the whole camera. Oh my god.
He is having just such a time. Oh, thanks. Thank you.
Is he knocking down the camera?
He might be. He knows when he's on camera, I swear. He truly knows. And he really just hands it up. Alright, so we could have made it across that first jump without her head sticking through the door, but we can't make it across the second jump, so either way you have to wait for her. And that's the end of her encounter. We still don't have Trico, which means we're not really in a position to do anything about her. Alright, in a cage. Surely this will keep us safe, right? Also, don't mind the computer in the background. The dog turned it on inexplicably earlier.
By the way, when you have a chance, we just got a $20 donation from Shay at the Gigantic Goobers. That's 2 more pets for Trico right there.
Well, thank you so much. I would love to pet Trico. Would that he were here. Once he is back, spoilers, he comes back. I will be sure to give him all of the good pets. Meanwhile, this angry Trico, she's getting a signal that's resonating with her horns, and that has distracted her from us, and so she's gonna leave and leave us to our own devices. And so this begins Cage Puzzle, which, as we say in the community, is where good runs come to die. This cage is really difficult to navigate because it's not fully like, you know, an oval. It's got this lump in the middle. So going in a straight line actually means like going back and forth. And then you have the added factor of like variability in terrain. What happens if you hit a bump? What if you have to go around a corner? And what if Trico is there trying to get you to pet him and trying to smack you with his feet? And all of a sudden this becomes a very difficult section. But first the narrator is going to say, it feels like I waited for an eternity. So we do just have to kind of wait. We're on a timer here, there's nothing we can do to make it go faster. So I'm just gonna spin in place. We do, however, have a helmet in our cage, and I said earlier that we needed that helmet, eventually, for that suit of armor. So we're working our way there.
Artisokazi, Onakichi, Yok, Idiroti, Awizi.
Okay. We waited forever. Trico still isn't here. Guess we're gonna have to solve this puzzle by ourselves. Problem is, there's this giant ledge that we can't seem to get over. Ahem. Problem is, there's this giant ledge we can't seem to get over. Right? Trico? Thank you. I'm sure he was just checking his phone before he came back. He's like, hang on. I'll be there in a minute. Hi, Trico. So he's gonna look at me, and he's gonna go, bork, bork. Right, Trix? Bork, bork, okay. And there's our checkpoint. So we're back in action. Trico, stay out of the way, okay, buddy? Now, first and foremost, Trico desperately wants pets. Which, I get it. We've been separated. He missed me. but I can't give him pets right now because I'm in the cage. However, he's going to ask for them anyway, and that could dramatically impact how well the next part of this puzzle goes, because he's going to move the cage while asking for pets. Stop. Stop. Dude, stop moving it like that. That's like the worst thing you could have done. Alright, well. Trico, we live with the consequences of our actions, right, buddy? Alright, so I've asked him to push this. I need him to push straight up. Good job, dude. That was such an excellent push. Now I just need him to leave me alone. Which is actually kind of a tall order for Trico. He's a little bit clingy. He loves us. But that went perfectly. Could not have gone better. A lot of the times it becomes problematic because Trico, he just really wants to help, right? So he's pawing at you and nudging you with his face, and that's just like making things worse. He's jamming you into a corner. Now, I'm giving you some forewarning, just so that you know. My controller battery is low. There was an incident this morning that prevented me from charging this controller as I had intended to. So, we are going to play until this controller dies. And it's going to pause the game, and it's fine. And then I need to temporarily borrow the same cord that MortCam is running on in order to charge my controller. So we're gonna have a brief time where poor Mr. Mort has to be absent. And I hope that that's alright.
It's gonna be disappointing, but the show must go on.
And then once the controller charges, even for just like 15 minutes, I'll be able to pop Mort back.
We need to give Mort a break. Anyway.
Well, he's really been hamming it up for the camera. He deserves a little bit of an intermission.
Exactly. You mind if I plug a few incentives here?
Yeah, that's fine. The only thing that I'm doing is getting a barrel for Trico because he's going to refuse to move. But actually, I was going to suggest that you do that right after I got the barrel anyway, since that's a perfect time.
Oh, okay. All right, wonderful. And so, like, the only incentives that we have open right now, we actually have 4 separate bid wars open currently. Right now, we have Paradise Killer to save or kill Henry bid war. That's going to be around this time tomorrow. Right now, Save Henry is in the lead with $25. Bioshock Infinite Pendant bid war, that's the last run of tonight. Bird Pendant is in the lead with $98, and Cage Pendant is behind with $25. So if you want to see Cage Pendant win, get those donations in. So, and also we have the No Time to Explain Remastered Hat bid war, that's also for tomorrow. We have the Top Hat and Monocle at $32, and we have the Gnome at $33, and we also have Raptor and Angry Face at $0. So you can the bid war can go any way at this point. And then the classic XSX trilogy character bid war between Matt, Zoe, and Kaori. We have amazing bid wars open for you, as well as some incentives, some goal incentives, including the Last Guardian for Pet Trico and the Fez incentive as well, to replace the character sprite with the Sonic sprite instead. And that's going to be a high one, so I highly suggest donating to that because it's going to be a lot of fun to see that.
Awesome, yeah, and we still do have a couple of pets outstanding for Trico, but that does not mean that you can't donate anymore, because Trico will take as many pets as you give him. And I promise that I haven't forgotten. It's just, he needs to be done with all of his tasks before he's really in the petting mood. And actually, Trico is going to spend a decent amount of time navigating his way out of this cave. So if we have information about what charity all of this is supporting, that would be a good time for that now too.
Oh, of course. I love talking about this charity because it's an amazing charity. The charity that we're benefiting is Somos Familia Valle. It is a community-based organization created and led by local, low-income, first-generation college students who are LGBTQ plus people of color in the San Fernando Valley area in San Fernando, California. Somos Familia Valle organizes for intersectional LGBTQ plus liberation through transformative dialogue, advocacy, and civic engagement. It's founded on September 6, 2014. This is a community dedicated to support, empower, train, and mobilize LGBTQ plus families and their allies for racial, gender, environmental, and economic justice. Somos Familia Valle promotes LGBTQ affirming homes, safer schools, and healthier communities through values such as a commitment to being their authentic selves, community compassion and integration, family courage, intersectionality, and cultural humility. And if you want to see how you can get involved with Somos Familia Valle, you can go to their website, and they have a variety of programs for you to partake in. This includes monthly meetings for multiple support groups, including women of color over the age of 18, LGBTQ plus youth and their allies between the ages of 12 and 17, and queer and trans men of color over the age of 18, all of which meet virtually and in person. And those are all free services you can sign up for directly on their website. If you go to somosfamiliavalle.org and look at their calendar tab, you can see a lot of information on those support groups right there. So there's a lot of things you can participate in. If you're interested in joining the Somos Familia Valle community, they're open to anyone. And if any of those support groups interest you, or you know anyone who'd be interested in that, please spread the word as well as donate, because your donations are going to help support the maintenance of those programs as well as their facilities. And so it's a really huge cause and allows for a wonderful and comfortable safe space for LGBTQ plus folks.
That was fantastic. Thank you for that. That was exactly what I wanted.
Of course, of course.
And of course, we had a bid war for Trico's color, and Rainbow came out on top, which is super fitting for this charity. Got our little pride flag
Of
Trico.
course.
Stonk. Right in the face. You got this, Treeks? Can you get that barrel? No, you need my help. I get it. Well, if you stop spinning around, bruh. Can you just?
How much of this speedrun is reliant on Trico being smart?
So much. So much. Like, genuinely, if I had to give a percent, probably, like... reliant on Trico to be smart in cooperation with the player is probably, like, a solid 60%. And then there's a solid additional 30% that's just... Trico needs to do these things and there's nothing you can do about it. So it's only 10% that is raw, like, skill execution separate from Trico.
I see. Well, I mean, it makes sense with the context of the game. You're with Trico the whole time, so.
Here, Treeks. We've got some pets to do, huh? We've got some lovely, lovely pets. Are you gonna be a good guy this time? Get some pets right on the head. Yeah. There we go. Big yawn. Yeah. He has multiple sound effects for his yawns, and they're all very adorable. I've been trying to get him to do that yawn this entire time with everybody's pets. He did the cute little head shake. I'll clean off some more of his blood spots with more of the pets that we have donated. Trico, where are you at, friend? What are you doing? Did I put him to sleep? Because that's another possibility. Hey, why are you still sitting? Get up, buddy. If you pet him enough on his head, he will just, like, straight up go to sleep. Which is very adorable. Not ideal for a speedrun, but very adorable. I'm trying to just like perfectly get Mort in the middle of the camera. There we go. Because Trico's gonna do this little jumping thing on his own. I will provide warning for the people who were here earlier for cage number 1, which was about, I don't know, 30 minutes into the run. If you found the noise that that cage made to be particularly grating, it's about to happen again. It might be a smidge loud. It's very piercing, but it doesn't last for very long. I will let you know right before it happens. Okay. That's fine. It's always worth trying to grab that ledge, because you just start right here and you lose basically no time. I haven't talked super much about it, but unlike Shadow of the Colossus and Eco, which both have dedicated grab buttons, this game doesn't. So anytime the boy is grabbing anything, it's because he chose to. And I have no control over it. So in situations like that, it wasn't like, oops, I missed, you know, my button input to grab that ledge. It was just the boy decided that he wasn't going to. So you just kind of, it's built into the run that things like that will happen. Also, our white tower is right over here. Getting closer by the minute. Hey, Treeks. As per usual, I'm not going to wait for Trico to walk through this hallway. It's faster just to teleport him to me with a checkpoint reset. And there he is. There are 2 armors down here, unlike in the previous one, so Trico's going to be more incentivized to come down to help me. Right about here is where that really piercing noise is going to happen for about 15 seconds. Alright, so again, just like before, we aligned ourselves so that we're right in front of Trico's face. Thank you, George, for putting an equalizer on it. Trico has consumed us once again. And we have essentially a roughly 3.5-4 minute sequence of events that are scripted. I can't skip them. So, they're very adorable, and you should watch them if you haven't. But I am going to get up, stretch my legs, get a drink, because I've been sitting for almost 3 hours. So stay hydrated, everybody. Use this opportunity to stretch, and I will be back very briefly.
Yes, please. Everyone go stretch and be hydrated. Meanwhile, I can read off some more information about Somos Familia Valle. Do you or anyone you know want to get involved with Somos Familia Valle? You can go directly to their site at somosfamiliavalle.org. If you hit !charity in chat, it'll bring you to that website, and you can see all they have to offer. You can directly sign up to be a member of Somos Familia Valle for free in order to get updates on activities and events that the community hosts. Somos Familia Valle also hosts free LGBTQ+ youth programs, both in person and virtually, so that youths ages 12 to 17 who are LGBTQ+, immigrants, people of color, and their allies can have a space to make new friends and discuss the issues and ideas that matter to them. And the group also learns about mental health, diversity, inclusion, the power of community, advocacy, organizing, and social justice to help youths create change together. This is an absolutely amazing charity, and I highly recommend hitting !donate in chat so that you can go to our Tiltify page, and it'll lead you to the amazing incentives that we have open for you. Some of these incentives include two goal incentives that we have right now. First and foremost, the one for this very run for every $10, Sable will pet Trico. So just keep those donating. All those donations will just go straight towards petting Trico as well. And we also have the Fez Sonic Sprite replacement. And for those of you that don't know, essentially the main character will just put on like a Sonic sprite or like a Sonic costume skin, however you want to say it. And it's a really funny thing to be doing throughout the entire run. And so it's a quick thing that the runner can do right before the run. You need to get that met before tomorrow. That's at $150, pretty high, but I think we can make it at the rate that we're going with this marathon. And I highly appreciate everyone's donations because we are blowing the donation total out of the water. And if you want an update on our bid wars, again, we have Paradise Killer Saber Kill Henry, Bioshock Infinite The Pendant bid war, the No Time to Explain remastered hat bid war, and the classic SSX trilogy character bid war. So we have 4 of those open. 3 of those are for tomorrow, and the Bioshock Infinite one is for tonight. I would love to see us get to maybe $600, maybe even before we hit the 3-hour mark. You know, it's only $40 left to that, so I think we can definitely do that. Maybe even push farther, see how much we can get to by the end of the run. So thank you so much for the amazing donations that y'all have. And I'm so excited to see the rest of The Last Guardian and the rest of the runs for today. We're going to have an interview with our charity partner right after this run. And we also have Super Metroid Expedition Z by Linkameister, Skylanders Spyro's Adventure by Jens J56, New Super Luigi U by our very own MChan338, a classic one. And we have a surprise bid war for that one. Stay tuned. And we also have Choo Choo Charles, 100% glitchless by Ace Delusional. That's an amazing run. He's done it for us before at other No Glitches Lot events, and so I'm super excited to see him do it here at Completithon because it's an amazing run, an amazing indie horror game that really boosted in popularity over the past year. And we're going to close out today with Bioshock Infinite by A Variety Pack. That's going to be the last run of the day, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see because it's an incredibly interesting run. So yeah, that's what you have to look forward to for today. Make sure you hit ! schedule in chat to see other runs you're going to be looking forward to, because it is going to be packed, especially during Saturday and Sunday. We have amazing runs, amazing completionist runs of all kinds of games. Sunday in particular is just banger after banger, and so I really hope y'all can stay tuned for the rest of the marathon as much as you can and help us raise as much money as possible for Somos Familia Valle.
Thank you for that. I have returned. Sadly, Mort must depart very briefly. I used this opportunity to charge my controller. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Well, Mort will be back. Just taking a break.
Mort will be back. Yes. Mort will be back. It just kind of so happened that I ended up with only the one cord today. That was not the intention. It had something to do with this dog and her puppiness. But you know, we'll make it work. There we go. Give Treeks one more pet and let him do his cute little happy dance, which normally we would skip because it takes time. And we are back to it. I'm gonna teleport Trico to me again, and then on we go. The Trico has a nasty habit of munching me whenever we go into these cages. And this won't be the last cage that we encounter, so hopefully he can get over his bad habit. But for now, we are very close to the White Tower. And for those who weren't here for the beginning of the run, we have been trying to get to this White Tower since the beginning of the game. Because, as the boy, we don't know why we're in this valley, but we're trapped. Trico, however, seems very enamored with this tower, and he probably knows what's up, right? So we're gonna go to this tower because he wants to. And we're just gonna hope that once we get there, good things will happen and we'll be able to escape. I am attempting to do a small physics boost called ledge jump or mind skip. And for a long time, we all believed that this wasn't possible. So it does not surprise me at all that it's not working. That's fine. It's expected that it won't work, but it's very nice if it does. And you lose literally nothing by trying, because you have to wait for Trico to come into the mine anyway. Same as the ledge jump at the beginning of the game, you just try to get the physics to be incorrect for a hot second, and it boosts you further than it should. Oh well, no big deal. It was the same waiting for Trico or not, so... Hey, buddy. Thank you. So yeah, once we hit the next cutscene, this controller will have had enough time to charge, and we will get Mort back front and center where he belongs. There's nowhere else for Trico to go, so I have to ask him to squeeze through this teeny tiny little tunnel. And you know, props to him, he's doing his best. It just takes him a minute. Hi, buddy. I'm sorry. Almost. It narrows even further, so he's got to stick his head through here. And that's that. He was too big. He was simply too large. But don't worry, Trico's okay. He's been through worse. So if I turned back, once I'm outside, you would see that the rocks, like above his chest, are moving to show that he's still breathing. There are a lot of instances of getting knocked out for indeterminate amount of time in this game. Like, this game could happen over the course of about 3 days, or it could happen over the course of like 4 months, for all the more that these characters get knocked out. But over there is the bridge leading to White Tower. And there's White Tower. So we're almost there. So I can't really help Trico with this fight, and he is notoriously kind of bad at it. I'm not sure why. So the best thing I can do is this guy who's over toward the edge. I can keep him as close to the edge as possible so that when Trico knocks him down, he knocks him off the edge, like that. Because otherwise, you know, he hit that armor, but it wasn't gonna die, he just knocked it down. So knocking it off the edge helps to speed up that fight just a little bit. But yeah, for some reason Trico just really is not very inclined to kill these guys in one hit. I got him, buddy. Don't worry about it. I got him. Fine, Trico. Okay. Certainly a very acceptable fight there. So you can see over there in the distance, there's 2 eyeballs next to a break on the bridge near White Tower. Trico's not going to jump across there, right? Because he hates those eyeballs. So the way you're supposed to do this is go underneath the eyeballs and then walk like all the way around White Tower. Trico's going to be back waiting for you. And that takes a couple minutes to get around the tower and end up at the top where you can push those eyeballs off. Instead, speedrunners will do what's called White Tower skip. I'm sure you can guess what's going to happen. We're going to skip White Tower by standing on a place that we're not supposed to be standing on. Alright, we'll wait for the noise from that cutscene to subside. Nope. Let me up. I don't... Not like this. Okay, well, we didn't die, so sure. So on the side of this bridge, you can see down below, there's all these like V-shaped pieces of scaffolding. And instead of going all the way around the White Tower, I'm going to try to jump into one of those Vs. And you're going to be able to see that I'm not supposed to stand there because I'm going to be basically standing on air. And then I'm going to run up the diagonal side of the V and grab the top of the bridge, which skips multiple minutes of actually going around the White Tower. But it takes, it's not unusual for it to take quite a few tries, and in fact, getting it on the first try... Fine, I'll just reset. Getting it on the first try is quite good, so... It's perfectly fine to miss it a couple times. And because it saves so much time, like, it's super worth it to stand here and attempt it for, like, multiple minutes if you have to. Like, if you're struggling with it, or if you're new. Because we're not supposed to be doing this, right? So, getting it all to kind of work out is easier said than done. Which is fine. Unless you all, like, want to see me go around the outside of the White Tower. It's a harrowing experience, honestly. The White Tower is, like, one of the only places where the... What's the word? The textures for the environment don't match the environment itself. So it gives kind of this impression that the environment is, like, slippery or inaccurate, because sometimes you can just fall through the end of a platform because the texture, like, extends further than the collision of the platform. So it's very scary, especially in... Boy. Especially in deathless runs. Because the death floor, the death plane, is really close to where we're standing. This is not responding to what I'm doing. It is just not being willing to line up. Well, I can always show off a different place to do it. And it does actually matter what controller you use, too. Like, I'm using a blue DualShock. Your joysticks have to be on point in order to do this. So hey, how you doing? We're hanging out at White Tower for a little bit, because I'm a goob. And can't get the boy to just get his act together.
How is chat doing today? That's what we want to know. We hope that you're excited for another amazing day of Completithon.
Okay, boy, can you just, like, do this, though? Hey, what should have happened the first time? Cool. We did it. You could see, if you're familiar at all with Last Guardian as a speedrun, you could see that the boy just was not willing to grab that platform. You could tell by the way that he did eventually grab it, that he was getting real hung up on the fact that he wasn't supposed to be able to grab it. His arm was all, like, janked out of position and stuff. So, I'm glad that that worked, because the game was really protesting. We just kind of brute forced it. But hey, like, unironically, that was still faster than going around the outside of the White Tower, so. But yes, what I truly want to know is everybody's favorite, let's see, everybody's favorite fast food. Those who know me will know that it is unequivocally Taco Bell. I simp Taco Bell. Hashtag sponsor me. I would just eat Taco Bell every day. And anybody who thinks differently is wrong. Oh, I hope that this area is messed up that it doesn't trigger the cutscene correctly. That would make me really happy. It worked. That's too bad. Sometimes when this area is particularly, like, problematic, like, the models of the boy and Trico won't behave correctly. And so, like, I had one where the boy was still moving as if Trico had caught him, but Trico had never moved. And so the game ended up, like, glitching out and the boy got all stretched and rolled up like a donut. It was very fun. Arby's classic roast beef sandwiches with no sauces. Thank you. I feel like once upon a time, Arby's used to make sandwiches that didn't have whatever that red sauce is, and those were so much better. Perhaps that is my controversial opinion of the day. So I reset on Trico's back because it's easier to reset and be spawned on the platform than it is to climb him and end up on the platform. Okay, confession, I have never been to a Sonic. And my understanding is that you're supposed to just go to Sonic and, like, put all of their drinks into a single drink container and that's, like, really good. Am I making that up? Is that just, like, one cursed person who does that and that's where I'm getting all of my Sonic knowledge from?
I don't know enough about Sonic to refute that point. So it could be right. But yeah, there's not a lot of Sonics, I don't think.
Yeah.
With
There certainly were never any, like, near where I grew up. Hi, buddy. You ready? Please? So Mr. Trico here, trying to be helpful, you know, he saved me. Kinda broke the bridge to White Tower, so that was what we were trying to do for the entire game, and he kinda just messed it up. That's Trico for you, so we have to find a different way to the White Tower. And that's what we're gonna spend the rest of the game doing. Plus snacks, of course. It's still all barrels. So there's White Tower, now broken. Okay, so Trico really excitedly wants pets, which is very adorable, and I promise I haven't forgotten about our pets, but if you try to pet him there, he'll push you out the window and you'll die. Because he's just very earnest. So we're not gonna do that. And there is one barrel up here. It's quite a distance away, very easy to miss. Oh, I should actually go this way, because it cuts across the middle. But genuinely, we do not have that many barrels left. We have 4, I believe, barrels left. No, we have 8. It's just that 4 of them are required. So we have 4, like, ones that we usually wouldn't get. Including this one. So like I said earlier, a lot of the barrels are very front-loaded in this game. Really. The goal there was so that the barrel would roll down these stairs, but of course it's just so perfectly balanced. I love this game so much. It just... all of the things that it does to mess with you just have so much character. And they're not intentional, obviously. But... hello. If you think for a minute that I'm gonna throw that to you on the stairs, then you are out of your mind. Freaks. Chill, dude. I can throw it to you, or you can take it from my hands, okay? Buddy. Honey. Okay, he got it. Boy. That was the most laborious barrel he's ever consumed. You ready? Let's go. And he hasn't done anything to not deserve his necklace, so he still gets to keep the necklace for now. Excuse me, Trico. Thank you. Okay, so most people don't know that you can do this, and we're gonna show it off and it's gonna be good, right, Trico? Okay, I think he's got it. So most people will ride Trico and hop like from pillar to pillar to get over to this next section. But if you can command Trico the right way, he will glide and skip that entire section. The last time I tried to get him to do that, he got very confused and we wasted like 5 minutes. We were down there before. That zigzag stuff is where we did drawbridge skip about an hour into the run. And we're coming into my favorite section of the game. I think honestly, even if they won't admit it, it's a lot of people's favorite. Because it's very emotionally investing. Alright, there's some armors down here. I'm not gonna help Trico with it because he doesn't need the help. These armors won't pursue me close enough that Trico can't just take care of them. So, I'm gonna kind of work ahead. Once Trico's done with this fight, he's gonna come up and see this eyeball. And that's gonna stop him from doing anything, because he hates these things. So, I'm gonna preemptively get rid of it. While he's taking care of that fight. And I'm calling him because I understand that he's done that fight and that he's upset. And so I'm calming him down. Because I know that he's upset. So here's our friend again, the one who's always been mean to us. And I could start moving during the cutscene to get a little bit closer to this lever. And if I whip the camera around like that, it gives me control of my character a little bit sooner than I would otherwise have. So we need to shove her tail underneath the door. And this is not at all what you're supposed to do. Once you smash her tail, you're supposed to just kind of wait. Did she seriously move it out of the way? Okay. But we're gonna make it through here And very carefully, because we know exactly where their legs are going to be, head through their legs to get here before this cutscene starts. Because usually you would fall down with them, and then you'd have to climb on that other Trico while she's shaking around and the armor makes it hard to climb, and then you're like grabbing a chain and everything to get up here. But as long as we understand how to get through their legs, and we do it like right away because you don't have any wiggle room, then you can just skip that entire little section. I may be dead. I am not dead. I am unsure. During this little scene, all of the grabness on Trico stops working. So if you land like on his legs or something, you might grab before the cutscene starts. Oh, how close. I'm not entirely sure what I could do about this. Okay. You might grab before the cutscene starts, but then once the cutscene, like, concludes, you won't be grabbing anymore and you'll die. I got extremely lucky there, because I did slide off Trico, but I grabbed the only thing in the area that was still grabbable during the cutscene, which is the edge of that ledge. So thank goodness. There are many ways to get this to happen, but I will do a pet, because we still have some outstanding pets from the donation incentive. We pet Trico in his face to get him to barf up this mirror, which was ours at the beginning of the game, and we haven't seen it since. This is the thing that lets Trico shoot lightning out of his tail. So I'm gonna choose to shoot this train down with lightning. It's got 2 barrels in it, which we need to give Trico. But you can also climb it and get it to fall down that way. And if you do that, the train will like hit you in the head and knock you out, and this entire scene will be different. Like, it'll be at a different time of day and everything. We're also destroying these 2 platforms that have armors on them, because you're supposed to destroy them later after Trico feels better, but if we destroy them now, then Trico won't even know that they were there. And that means that he won't notice them, he won't get upset, he won't, you know, stand there and stare at them. So avoiding him getting angry and distracted is a lot faster. Ooh, let's not fall off the cliff. Just like with the tail puzzle, I am going to intentionally not look at that stuff for a second in order to despawn it. So a lot of it goes away. And then all we have to do is give Trico these barrels because he really needs some good heals. The boy did say, "Hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out," which means that we did not pass the spear check. Trico has too many spears in him, and we're not allowed to proceed. So I'm going to feed him these barrels, and then I'm going to pull out that spear that's in his chest, and hopefully that's enough.
Is there an optimal amount of spears to be someone? I would assume the answer is 0, right? 0 spear.
Yeah, well, it's tough, because if you are sure that you have 0 spears, it's great, but there's almost no way to have 0 spears coming up to this point, because the entire time that you're fighting with that other Trico, like, he's getting a bunch of spears thrown into him, and they throw them faster than you can pull them out. So he basically will have spears unless you got super, super lucky and for some reason all of them just bounced off. So in that case, you want him to have a lot of spears rather than just a couple. Because if the boy says, "Hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out," but Trico is laying on all of his spears and you can't reach any, then you have to keep reloading until they shuffle into a position where you can pull some of them.
Okay.
So it's more helpful to have a bunch of them to make sure that you have some to pull.
That's a very cruel time save, I will say.
It sure is. So thankfully we do have this one that's in his chest. Alright, hopefully we get this cutscene. Yep. Alright, I will be right back.
Is this the time that I think it is? Is it Mort time? Is it more Mort?
Yes, I came back. Yes.
More Mort.
熱海セットに
Wait, hold up.
いて
I have
あるかつ
returned. It's like I was never even gone. Okay, so Mortcam is currently rebooting. We have charged our controller enough. I am sorry for that inconvenience.
You're good.
We have a new puppy, and it was one of the lizard's birthdays the other week, and I was streaming like from his bedroom with the previous Mortcam, and she like got in there, knocked it over, broke the whole thing. And so I ended up only having one cord that could do both the Mortcam and the controller. And the controller lost charge faster than it was supposed to. Yeah, it was a whole thing.
So the show went on, you know, we're good.
Yes. The show has gone on, and we still have more pets to do. Trico's feathers are all ruffled up here, and he's got some blood back on his shoulders. So I am gonna spend some time, thanks to our donations, petting his shoulders and getting his feathers back to not be so ruffly. There you go, buddy. And eventually these blood spots will go away as well, as we pet them. Oh, he's got one on his butt. Here, buddy.
If you had painted Trico
Yeah.
red, would you be able to tell the difference between red paint and blood?
Yeah, his butt is currently like red, as is his head. It's not a very vibrant red. So you can definitely tell the difference. But yeah, we still have one pet left. All of that counted as one, don't worry. I'm not gonna cheat you guys out of delicious Trico pets. So we still have one left. But there could always be more.
Oh, there comes back the Mortcam.
Yes, we are returned.
Ah, there he is.
The Mort himself. Meanwhile, we're in the pink sky section of the game, which is essentially the end. This is the last time of day that we will be playing the game in. So we are very quickly approaching our final run up to the White Tower. Sadly, one of the 3 remaining barrels is the second hardest to get in the game, so look forward to that. But hey, we had absolutely no problem with Coliseum Barrel, shockingly, so here's hoping for good luck on that one too.
Wait, so just for clarification, is his name Trico,
Yes.
or is that the kind of animal he is?
It's the kind of animal he is. We have no idea what his name is, but he responds to basically, "Hey dog, get over here." Because in the beginning, it shows like, you know, scientific drawings of a bunch of animals, and it progresses from like ants to like bigger insects, amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and it goes all the way up through like griffins and phoenixes and stuff, and it ends with Trico. So he's considered like a mythical creature, but Trico is like his scientific name.
Okay, I see.
And honestly, those drawings are some of my favorite art from any video game. They are just cursed. They are the weirdest looking things. I love them a lot.
I do.
So Trico finally overcame his fear. He's not gonna launch me this time. Ugh, the lighting in this section is so good. Oh, I'm sorry, George. I forgot that that one still goes off, even though Trico overcomes it. But that's the last one. Actually, that's a lie. Now that I think about it, I'll give you a warning.
Ooh, barely being able to make that target.
This section is really difficult to have it go well, but it has already gone as good as it needs to. We can compensate for the rest if this doesn't work. Ew, this one's spinning so much. Come on, Treeks. It's really easy for Trico to get like really excited about shooting these things. Ooh. Beautiful. We kept that focused even as it spun. It's really easy for Trico to get really excited, and then he just walks forward and like punts you off of the edge. Or else, you know, of course, he interrupts you, and interrupts the beam, and then you have to start your charge over again. But that was right what we wanted to have happen, so. And in fact, we saved 2 minutes and 42 seconds over my personal best because that went so well.
Amazing.
So White Tower is over there. You can kind of, camera won't really let me, but you can kind of see it behind that building. But we don't have a bridge anymore, right? So we need to find some other way to get to the White Tower. What we're gonna do is we're gonna build a bridge. And we're gonna do that using these two buildings that I am working my way towards. We affectionately refer to them as the two towers. They are not as cool as the two towers from Lord of the Rings. They're actually kind of samey. But they're very important. Because we're going to go back and forth between the two to gradually build up pieces of a bridge. And that was why we needed to take care of all these eyeballs. We took care of all of them all at once instead of gradually doing it as we go up and up and up these towers. And White Tower over here. So we're very close. Step number 1, we have to get Trico to understand what he's supposed to do. This section is meant to test your control of Trico. It's a lot of really tight spaces where you need really specific commands to get him to do things. And if you're not good at that, you're going to spend like an hour on this section, which takes only about 10 minutes. And it's not necessarily your fault if you're playing it for the first time and you're not good at that, because this section is really demanding. So to make it a little bit easier, we're going to take out these two armors. They're waiting for us like multiple minutes down the line, but if we destroy them now, which should happen, but you know. Come on, Trico. Ugh, this thing is the worst. If we destroy them now, just like before, Trico will not be able to get angry at them. He won't even know that they existed, and so that'll save us a lot of time. For some reason, these can occasionally have a hard time blowing up, even if they've been directly hit by Trico's lightning, but here's what it is. You ready, Treeks? Let's do this as fast as we can.
Wait. Did you just say tis what it tis?
I did.
Wouldn't that be it is what it is?
Shh. Don't worry about
I
it.
am gonna worry about it. I've decided to worry about it.
I've broken Osborne's brain. Alright, we are up here. One of the deadliest places in the whole game, and it looks super unassuming. These gargoyles have basically one pixel that you can grab, and that's it. So it's really easy to die. And if we do die, we have to do all of that stuff with the armors and everything again. So let's not. It's this gargoyle that is the problem. Okay. You come off of that jump just like 2 degrees wrong, and you pay for it. But the gargoyles are little Tricos. They look like Tricos. Bye. Guess I never mattered to you to begin with. Trico has left me. Trico! Oh, hi, you're back. Is it because I feed you? Yeah, Baru. Tell me all about it. Okay, buddy. So we need to keep jumping in between these towers to keep getting higher so that we can eventually build this bridge. And Trico is getting better at doing these big jumps and like flapping his teeny tiny little wings. But you know, he's still not like super great at it. He's doing his best. So I ran this for, I don't remember what one it was. It was either I ran it for a Frame Fatales or for a hotfix. Either way, it was on the GDQ channel. And the comments in the VOD later, everybody was so upset that I kept referring to Trico as a chicken dog instead of a chicken cat. Because you're like, obviously Trico is so much more like a cat. So apparently if you want to just create a mob, all you have to do is call Trico a chicken dog. They were very opinionated. He is like a cat though. I mean, he's like a dog too, but he is a lot like a cat. So this is where those armors would have been, in those 2 empty spaces over there. And because we exploded them earlier, Trico is none the wiser. He has no idea that they even existed. So he's not angry, he's not distracted. He just gets to do what he was supposed to do.
I can actually confirm that it was Frost Fatales 2020, and there's a YouTube comment that says, it's bothered me that they call Trico a chicken dog through this whole thing. He's clearly more cat-like in his body, particularly the way he arches his back and the size and movement of his tail. I don't know, it just bothers me.
Yeah, that's the one, and like people in chat, because, yeah, let's be real. GDQ tells you not to look at the chat, but I always look at the chat while I'm running. And there were a bunch of people in chat who were just like, he's a cat, he's a cat! Like, I'm sorry! Come on, Drinks. So there's an armor directly above me. Of course, I can't get the camera to pop and look at it. Some runners will choose to just try to shoot that armor from this platform so that Trico won't even stop and be bothered. But in my experience, because these platforms are so tiny, it's almost impossible to aim the mirror up there without having Trico get in the way. So we just go up here and we wait for Trico to notice and just do this fight. Do this fight the way the Trico gods intended. Treeks! Oh, honey, that one hurt, huh? He only turns around and, like, flinches like that if the spear, like, really hurts. Oh, got him in the neck. Okay, we'll use our final outstanding pet to clean up this blood spot. Trico, I need to remove the spear from your neck. There we go. Spear's out. Here, buddy. Pet. I know, you're so upset. I just want to clean the blood off your neck, bud. Rub. There, now he doesn't have a bloody spot. Okay, let's just get this one real quick. There we go. All better. I embedded that spear into the wall when I threw it out. Alright, so this is going to be essentially the last opportunity before the end of the game for me to just shut up for a hot second, because things are going to go real fast, real quick. So now, while I'm building this bridge, would be a great opportunity to go over what's coming up next and where we stand with bid wars and stuff.
All right, thank you so much. Currently, again, I do want to remind everyone that we are raising money for Somos Familia Valle, a community-based organization created and led by local low-income first-generation college students who are LGBTQ+ people of color in the San Fernando Valley area in San Fernando, California. Somos Familia Valle organizes for intersection of LGBTQ+ liberation through transformative dialogue, advocacy, and civic engagement. This is an incredibly powerful cause and something that will help a lot of marginalized communities, especially within the San Fernando Valley, California area. Currently, the standings of our bid wars are Save Henry for the Paradise Killer bid war in the lead. You can also change that to Kill Henry if you want. Bioshock Infinite the Pendant bid war, currently Bird Pendant is in the lead with 98, and Cage is in second with 25. If you want Cage to win, it's going to be a hefty amount, but we can still do it. I can believe in that. And then the No Time to Explain remastered hat bid war for the Top Hat and Monocle and the Gnome. Those are almost neck and neck. Gnome is in the lead by 33, and Top Hat and Monocle is in second by 32. We can also donate towards Raptor and Angry Face for those hats if you'd like. And then we have a new bid war open, the Classic SSX Trilogy Character bid war for Mac, Zoe, or Kiori. And if you want another amazing incentive to donate towards, of course, throughout the rest of this run, we can still, that's still going to be open to Pet Trico. And then the Fez Sonic Sprite Replacement, that's $150, and it's going to be open until the Fez run tomorrow. We have a lot of time to get that met, so please donate. If we can get $600 before the end of this run, that would be amazing.
It is very true. We do still have time for Trico pets. However, we are running out of time because there will be a section at the end of the game where I'm still playing and time is still running, but we can no longer give Trico pets.
Make sure you get those donations in
So
now.
I will... Ouch. Thank you, Trico, for stepping out of the way of your best friend as I plummeted to my doom. But yes, get those Trico pets in while you still have time. There we go. That's better. Alright, Cheeks, you ready? It's time to go to the end game. So we've got this nice music. Trico's doing a scripted thing. Sometimes he's quick, sometimes he's slow. This one seems pretty average. Bordering on Trico, what are you doing? Okay. Beautiful. So, we are at the White Tower. We built that bridge, which served as a runway for Trico to make the glide over to here. Now, we got a lot of things to do and not a lot of time to do them. First, we have to help Trico with this fight. I have the mirror back, which lets me actually be a useful contributing member of society when it comes to these battles. What happened to the lightning there? It completely missed. That's fine. So being strategic, I can lure Trico places. You know, like this guard that's coming to get me, I'm not worried about him because when he sees the mirror and he gets close enough, he's going to turtle down. He's not going to bother me as long as I have the shield up. One thing we do need to pay attention to is how many armors are left, because once we get to the point where there's only one left, I need to head down to the floor because there are 2 doors down there. And coming out of those doors will be wave number 2, one of whom has one of those eyeball shields. And as we have said before, if Trico sees those guys with the eyeball shields, that will make him less likely to fight well for the rest of the game. So we need to take those things out as soon as we see them. Alright, Trico's taking care of all these guys. I need to be down here. This guy is going to come out with the shield from this door, but if I startle him with that mirror, he's like, whoa, hold on a second, and he drops his shield. And then the door closes and he can't get to it anymore. We've also gotten lucky, this guy on the left. It's a roll of the dice, he can come out with an additional shield, which is just unlucky if it happens. There's nothing you can do about it. But he did not. I'm gonna let this guy get close to me so he's easier to aim at. Lovely. Trico's got 2 more. It'll be easier for him to get the one at the top, so I'll work on the one on the bottom. And good job, Trico. So this fight is over. We still have 3 barrels. And one of them is up here. This is not the difficult one. The difficult one is coming up next. You ready, buddy? Oh, he's already got it. What a smart guy. I didn't even have to tell him to do this. Now, Trico, once again, there is an endless abyss underneath you, so I'm gonna need you to catch the... And that makes me nervous. Are you ready? Good job, dude. Whew. Okay, and now we'll head over to the actually difficult barrel. This is a great opportunity for pets, right before we no longer get the opportunity to do them, if anybody is interested.
Well, I believe we got one $10 donation from Vivian of Ultimate Evil that says, "Pet that boyo."
Aw, Viv. Thank you, Viv. Appreciate that. I will pet Trico right this very moment, in fact. Alright, Treeks, you ready? Actually, I'm gonna maybe use this to my advantage.
How much more time do we have for
We can speed run it. We have probably about 10 minutes.
10 more minutes for pets, y'all. Can we get to 600 and maybe have those last $30 go towards more pets?
Alright, here, Treeks. We get a big yawn for pets. I was gonna try to get him to go to sleep because I actually want him to just be sitting and not doing anything. But thank you, Viv, for the pet. We still got that big old yawn, which is like one of my favorite things that he does. The sound design is just very cute. Alright, buddy. You know what you're supposed to do, yeah. So down below us is a barrel. There are many things that could go wrong here, but I need to take Trico's tail down, and yes, this is exactly what can go wrong. It is now very difficult for me to grab his tail and actually climb down. Just don't move, okay, Trico? Please? Okay. Okay, so far so good. It's super common for you to like be halfway down Trico's tail and then he just decides to walk away. But unironically, Viv, I think that because we pet him there, that helps him to stay in place. Like he's slightly more cooperative after you pet him for a little while, so. Now, he's gonna be up here, and I don't trust him as far as I can throw him, which I can't throw him at all, so we're gonna go this way. Too many times I have been doing all barrels races, and I come up with this barrel, and Trico just kicks it out of my hand into the void because he's just standing in the way. Crunch, good job, buddy. So thank you for the pets. I believe that I would credit it with making our run go smoothly.
Make sure you get those last minute pets in, guys.
Yep, we will have one more opportunity for pets after this upcoming fight, and after that, it will be done for. So what we were supposed to do was like wait till Trico came in that room and then pull his tail into one of those holes so that we could get down here, but ain't nobody got time for that. So these plinths, what they're called, each attached to one part of this fan blade like contraption up here that's keeping us from going up the elevator. So we need to get all of these armors out of the way so we can turn on the plinths. There is a good way for this to happen and a bad way for this to happen. And none of it's in my control. So let's just see what happens. These two already have heads. We're gonna lead these guys to this door. And we're gonna try to get all of them to stop roughly right here. And then they explode, and it turns on the heads of the guys around them. Only one of them turned on, that's fine. As long as one of them turns on, it's cool. Now ideally, the other one doesn't, but... Hey, and it didn't. Oh, things are turning up us. So there's nothing I can do to control that, right? Because I can't control what physics thinks happens to those helmets. So when Trico's tail explodes them, they could go flying in, like, any direction, right? But in the best case scenario, they go flying in two opposite directions and wake both of those armors up. We got an equally good outcome, which was one of them woke up. The only thing you don't want is for none of them to wake up. Because this guy, well, actually, yep. As long as he is the last plinth that we need to turn on. Most people don't know you can do this, but as long as we let him step out of the way, we can actually turn this on from a distance. And it triggers the cutscene. Once the cutscene is over, we're just going to checkpoint reset and do a little teleport, so it doesn't matter that that guy is still alive. And voila, we've ended up back in the elevator. It takes a second to turn on. But up we go. This fight is the longest fight in the game. It's also essentially your final opportunity for pets. We got 3 phases. And guys with shields, guys on terraces. There's a little bit of everything going on here. Yeah, turtle up, fellas. That was really nice, actually. He got 2 for 1. Sometimes you can get really unlucky and have a 4th phase for absolutely no reason. We don't know why it happens. But similarly, you can get lucky and have only 2 phases. Okay, bye. That guy was having a little bit of a rough day. I used this other armor's body to protect myself from being captured by that guy. Because they need to have a really clean line with the boy in order to pick him up. Alright, and when there's only 1 left, we need to head over to this door. Because again, those armors with the shields are going to come out. And I need to be here to stop him. There is also a second one, which if Trico hadn't staggered me, I would have been able to stop this guy. It's alright. As long as Trico broke that shield, that's all I care about. And that will be it for guys with shields, so we don't need to worry about them anymore.
What an aggressive taking off of the helmet.
Just absolute yoink. Treeks, get out of the middle, bud. No, boy, I don't want to pick up that helmet, dude. Everything's circle button, right? Chico, move. Move, move, move. Move, honey. You're in the way. Beautiful. That was actually a very, very good fight. Even in any percent, that would have been quite nice. Final call for pets.
Final call for pets. Let's go. Get those last minute pets in.
Because we are coming up on our last barrel here. And then some events will occur that prevent us from giving Trico more pets. Mostly it's just that like a bunch of cutscenes will start regardless of what you're doing. So I don't have time to do pets in between, but Mort has been sitting completely motionless for this entire time when he wasn't on camera, and then I moved the camera to him, and like the diva he is, he just decided to start moving again. Alright, final barrel for Mr. Trico. You ready? Get it! Oh, you missed. There is a slight elevation difference between us, which is why he missed. There we go.
Beautiful.
He has consumed every schnacko in the game.
Every snack. I didn't realize barrels were such delicious snacks, but no.
Well, we're about to find out what's in the barrels.
Oh.
And it does not explain why they are so tasty. But up we go.
A beautiful shot of Mort's face right now.
Bless you, Mart.
Oh.
He's inside his little stone hut, which is too small for him, but he loves it anyway.
I didn't realize lizards could sneeze.
Oh yeah, he sneezes all the time. Moist, juicy sneezes. Just like Trico. We were not cursed by any Trico sneezes this run. Sometimes you'll get unlucky and he'll sneeze you off a cliff or something. Alright, so, I was gonna say we don't need to wait for Trico to make this final jump, but the boy had different ideas. So we waited for Trico to make the final jump, and it's fine. Yeah. You know what? I'm not gonna grab Trico's tail, because we're gonna reset at a more favorable checkpoint anyway. I got bonked by the fan, trying to get to this thing. So rather than spend the time trying to climb Trico, I just reset, and it put me right in front of the door. Because I happen to know that that's where the checkpoint is. So this guy is kind of the problem behind everything. As for what he is, I don't know. But he's the master of the valley. That's what you need to know. And if I use the mirror to reduce, like, his goo all the way, it'll shoot back out real fast. But if I do it just most of the way, it comes back really slow. Which is what gives me time to climb him like this. I will provide warning, because I told George that I would, that we are going to be coming up on that breachy piercing section. There will be multiple instances of that between now and the end of the game. If that is helpful. Oh, landed right in front of it. Beautiful. Oh, Trico, what are you doing over there? Why did you spawn over there, my friend? Come on, buddy. You can do this in 2 jumps. You don't have to do it in 5. But I know you. You just take whatever way is most comfortable. We stopped the fan blades so that Trico could get out. Watch your tail! Okay, fine. I was waiting to see if Trico pooped, but he didn't. So sad. Alright, that's gonna be it for pets. Because once the cutscenes start coming, they don't stop coming. But look at our rainbow boy. So vibrant. not only can he do that, poop, but it's a trophy that the player has no control over, and you have to be watching him when he does it in order to get the trophy. You can't just like find his poops later. So yeah, this tower going off is what causes that piercing noise that we're gonna get for the rest of the run, so. But yeah, good job everybody. Thank you for the many pets that we did get to do. Look at all those chickens. That's exactly right. He won't start pooping when you're looking at him, but you have to be looking at him to get the trophy. It is the only reason that platinum percent is sometimes impossible. If you run platinum percent, you can do an entire 12-hour run, and then it's just not valid because he didn't poop. Or he did, but you didn't catch it in time, or whatever. So they're putting people into this thing, and then, you know, the barrels come out, so that's fine. So yeah, not a good place for the boy. The boy doesn't have any defenses against a bunch of giant Tricos, and our own Trico, he's a nice guy. He's not super competent when it comes to fighting, as we have clearly seen. So that being slapped across the arena like that actually broke my leg. You can't tell quite yet. But it's faster for me to reset the checkpoint than it is for me to try to walk off my broken leg while I'm being attacked by a bunch of Tricos. Which is why we just immediately reset as soon as we gain control of our character. Then we almost get to the mirror, but not quite. So, this is gonna play a decently long, unskippable bit where we're carried around by another Trico. There's nothing we can do to make it faster. So, what I would really like to hear about is what is coming up next after my run and the next couple things that are on the docket.
Yeah, of course. After this run, you're gonna be seeing an interview with Kevin Perez, which is the who is the president and co-founder of Symbols Familia. We're gonna have a wonderful interview with him, and then after that, we have Super Metroid Expedition Z by Linka Meister. We have a wonderful DACA runs for you today, and make sure you get those donations in while you're watching, because this is an amazing cause and we'd love to see it grow.
Linka is awesome. You said Linka is the one running the next game after
exactly.
me? Yeah, Linka is awesome.
He is.
Linka is a lot of fun. So yeah, we just gotta wait for this Trico to be done trying to shake us off his back. And all these Tricos actually look different, and there is a trophy for touching all of the different Tricos. And that was actually really interesting. It's not very often that you see that. You might not have even noticed, but this Trico had a little bit of a miscalculation in his script. Because again, like I keep saying, this is a scripted event, not a cutscene. So he's doing this like live right in the game engine. So he had a little bit of an error, and there was a little clip that zipped him back to where he was supposed to be. Just a little couple frames that looked a little jagged as it corrected him back to his script. Which doesn't happen very often, because his is a very easy script because he doesn't have any obstacles. Whoa, okay, bye. Jeez. The longest throw I've had in a long time. It was not a very good one. It's random how you come off that Trico every time. But I didn't want to be in the middle of all the very aggressive enemies. Alright, so we're gonna be coming up on time here. Within the minute. Mort is being so chill. He's like having the time of his life. So poor Trico, he had the tip of his tail ripped off. My little boy. But even though it's not connected to him anymore, it can still shoot lightning. So we're gonna go and take care of business ourselves. This is gonna be an unlucky drop. Come on, get down here, yes! You never want to have to go up and grab it for a second time, so that was an alright tail drop. Time is gonna happen once the master gets hit. That might not necessarily be the first hit, I will tell you. Timing stops. Nope. I have deceived you. Timing stops now.
GG.
Thank you, and I'm actually gonna stop that like right away because this next cutscene plays like the most ear-piercing sound of them all.
Oof.
It's meant to be like horrifying because your brain is being like fried by the explosion of the master. So yeah, there's still like 20 minutes of cutscenes. We're not gonna get to see it. That's okay. Definitely pick this game up for yourself if it interests you in any way. It is such a fun and like emotionally invested journey. I appreciate all of you for hanging out, chatting, the multiple people that hosted for me, and the tech crew, everybody behind the scenes that we don't necessarily see a lot of. I appreciate the donations for all of the pets. Keep it coming for the rest of the runners and their incentives, and thanks for having me.
Of course, thank you so much for that amazing run, Sable of the Last Guardian. It was an amazing time, and I hope very chill morning. We're going to ramp it up with some of the vibes of the runs coming up throughout the rest of the schedule. But stay tuned. After a brief intermission, we're going to come back with a interview with Kevin Perez, the president of Somos Familia Valle. All right, everyone. My time as host has come to an end. You're going to be seeing me here in a bit as we conduct the interview with Kevin Perez, but our host will change. The lovely Speff, an amazing host, is here to cover the host mic for the next hour or so. And so, Speff, take it away.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. Hello again, everyone. Thank you, Osmorn, for the handoff, and give it up one more time for that last Guardian run. I think, in the words of Osmorn, couldn't have said it better myself. A very chill morning, a great run. Up next, we're going to be having a charity interview with a representative from Somos Familia Valle. As a reminder, that is why we are here today at, or not just today, but this entire week at Completithon 2023. We are here raising money to benefit Somos Familia Valle. So as a reminder, Somos Familia Valle is a community-based organization created and led by local, low-income, first-generation college students who are LGBTQ plus people of color in the San Fernando Valley area in San Fernando, California. Somos Familia Valle organizes for intersectional LGBTQ plus liberation through transformative dialogue, advocacy, and civic engagement. So we'll have that interview coming up next. And then after that, we'll continue with the speedrunning. So stick around for that interview. It's going to be awesome. And I will be right back. All right, I am back, and I realized I forgot to do a quick intro. So what's up, everyone? I'm Speff. As it was mentioned before, I'll be on the hosting mic for the next hour or so, just before and after this interview, and for Super Metroid Expedition Z right after it. And as a reminder for those of you just tuning in, or even if you've been hanging out all day and want to hear this again, this is Completithon. So Completithon is a charity event dedicated to completionist speedruns. This includes 100% all collectibles, or even categories where you collect all of a specific collectible, such as all red berries or all shrines, just to name a few. If you're interested in getting involved or finding out more, make sure to join our Discord and follow us on Twitter to get updates about future events. And the links to that Discord are down below in Twitch, so you can check those out. And also, huge shout out to No Glitches Allowed for hosting Completithon this year, and for just being a great organization and community. This is also a good time to remind y'all that you can check out more information about the charity in chat, about Somos Familia Valle with !charity. Posting that in chat, and you can also learn how to donate with !donate. So that'll give you a link to our Tiltify where you can donate towards the cause, but also towards a ton of incredible incentives that'll be coming up for the next couple of days. There are tons of incentives, bid wars, anything you can think of. They'll all be there on our Tiltify, so check those out, see what you want to donate towards, and bring a little bit more joy, a little bit more speedrunning action, a whole bunch of stuff to this marathon. So thank you everybody who's donated so far. Thank you everyone who's hanging out and just watching. Even if you can't donate, we just really appreciate you being here and hanging out with us. All of you are... This wouldn't be possible without all of you watching and hanging out with us. So thanks again. And again, that's !charity for the charity information and !donate for the donation link. I do also want to remind everyone, because I need to currently remind myself, the usual. If you've been with me while I've hosted before, you'll recognize this. Stand up, hydrate, take care of yourself. We just had a 4-hour run. That was really long. It was really chill, really fun, but pretty long. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. Go grab some water while we've got this break, so that you can be back in time to see the interview that we've got going. Again, it will be one that you do not want to miss. It'll be very incredible. Learn a ton about the charity that we're here raising money for. So take some time, grab some water, grab a snack, take care of yourself. I'll be doing the same, and I will be right back in a few minutes. Hello everyone, I am back. I have returned freshly hydrated. Looks like we're still getting set up for the interview, still getting all of the tech figured out. So I do want to take a moment to again remind you, !charity in chat for the charity link, !donate to the donation link, and !schedule to see the schedule for the rest of the day. We've got some great speedruns coming up today, as you can see on our beautiful layout. By the way, shout out to the layout. On our beautiful layout, we've got a ton of stuff coming up today, but we do have runs going all the way until Sunday. So please check out !schedule in order to check out what we've got going for that. If you are watching this event and want to get involved in the next one, be on the lookout for news about no holidays allowed. This event is open to all kinds of speedruns and showcases that runners have to offer, not just glitchless runs, despite the name of the Twitch channel. We're looking forward to showing off some amazing speedruns to watch as you bundle up by the campfire this winter. So if you're interested in more no glitches allowed content similar to Completithon, but for this one, this is anything goes. You can submit whatever you want to this marathon, not just glitchless, not just completionist like this one. Then check out No Holidays Allowed. Look that up. We'll be running that later this year. And also, I wanted to tell you a little bit about No Glitches Allowed itself, since we've mentioned it a lot during this marathon, but since Completithon and No Glitches Allowed are a little bit different, I just want to explain this. So several members of the Completithon team also work on staff for No Glitches Allowed, which is an event that features glitchless and no major glitches speedruns. This event typically takes place in the spring, so already happened this year, but next year you can definitely catch it again. So feel free to follow us here at twitch.tv/noglitchesallowed and at noglitches on Twitter, or X if you really want to subscribe to that, as well as join our Discord for announcements so that you won't miss when our next Completithon event takes place. So again, that's at noglitches on Twitter/X and here on twitch.tv/noglitchesallowed.